Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we would like to welcome you here to day one of the Junior Market Steer Show here at Rodeo Austin. We're going to go ahead and kick off today with a 4-H pledge from Kelly Sefji.
The 4-H pledge. I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Kelly. We will now have Cooper Silko with the FFA motto.
The FFA motto: earning to do, doing to earn, earning to live, living to serve.
We will now have the invocation from Mr. Jeff Dodd.
If I could get everyone to rise and remove hats or cover. Dear Heavenly Lord, we come to you this morning just humbled, Lord, in the blessings that you bestow on us as a community, as a group of people that strive together to be able to do what we love to do. We ask that you continue to provide safe passage throughout our day as we go through our show and until we get home this evening. We pray that you just watch over this show in its entirety. So many people, Lord, have come together to make this a possibility, and we're just so blessed, Lord. We pray for those that are serving our country, that fight every day to allow us the freedoms that we enjoy as Americans, and we're just so blessed, Lord. Lastly, we want to thank all of the volunteers, all of the many people behind the scenes. We just know that you're leading, Lord, that you're providing that push that allows things like this to happen. All these things we ask in your name. Amen. One other thing we would like to do, it's been a challenging year. We all know that. I would like, if we could, just have a moment of silence for those that have dealt with the pandemic in any way, whether it's with deaths or troubles. So if we could, a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We will now honor the greatest country in the world. Miss Audrey Felix will now sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You might give that one to me. Okay. You might give that mic to the judge. Okay, perfect. I think so. Class 1 British Steers is coming into the ring. Class 1 British Steers is coming into the ring. As he sorts through Class 1, we'd like to go ahead and introduce our judge. We've got Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons that grew up on a Simmental seed stock operation in western Iowa. Growing up, he exhibited cattle across the country in livestock judging, which sparked a passion that eventually led him to Blackhawk East Community College and then went on to the greatest Texas university of Texas Tech University, where he was highly successful on his livestock judging team. After serving as the assistant livestock judging coach at Texas Tech, Nick took a position with Sunglow Feeds. Nick is currently serving as a regional show feed specialist in the Oklahoma and Texas markets. Nick, along with his wife Ashley, son Lander, and daughter Lane, own and operate Fitz Genetics, a multifaceted cattle operation in Perry, Oklahoma. Their operation strives to raise and sell high-quality functional cattle across multiple breeds, and Nick has judged numerous state and national shows across the country. And let me tell you, we're excited to have him here. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for your man, Nick Fitzsimmons.
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to say thank you for having me out here and looking forward to sorting through this steer show the next couple days. I feel like I can finally take a little bit of a deep breath, and I'm sure all y'all are the same way, just being here and getting to go through an awesome steer show that we have here. I think a great class to get us kicked off, and some youngsters on this side that are about to exit the ring, but brought us a good set. Young man's Hereford right there at the front of the lineup. I think one that's got the right kind of shape. His hip and hind leg is awfully nice, just toes out a bit. A young lady right there after him. Got a good-looking one that I think's plenty sound. Just need to see a bit more shape here today. A couple other ones that I think maybe just some proportions are off ever so slightly. Young man's Hereford steer that closes out this line. I think one that you like in terms of just his density from up above. Need to change up where his chest sits in him relative to his flank. Good set of calves. Looking forward to sorting through these over here.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for the folks exiting the ring with their hard work. If you have a Class 2 British steer, please be making your way to the staging area. All Class 2 British steers, please be making your way to the staging area. Missing 3 head for Class 2 of British steers. If you have a Class 2 British steer, please be making your way to the staging area.
Well, I think when you get the call to do one of these things, you just hope that that first class falls right, because it kind of sets the stage for how everything goes, and it really paints a picture in your mind of what you're trying to find. And I think we found it here in this particular class. A pair of calves that fit me extremely well, and never really have a question on where to start. I think the Dapple Hereford steer here, one that does a lot of things right, and it's from the ground up, a big-footed, sound structure kind of a calf that reads attractive in terms of his lower skeleton. That really sets the stage for what comes from there on up. One that proportions out awfully good in terms of his body shape. Just got a really good look here from the side profile and still reads like a fat steer. Maybe just a little soft to the touch, but I think one that you actually commend him for how he's laying down some fat over maybe a couple of his contemporaries in this particular class. A calf that's got the right kind of dimension from up above. A really nice place to start. Congratulations to that young man. The young lady's calf that comes here in second in terms of his basic build and design is the way that I like him. He's big-footed. He's as stout constructed as any of them in this particular class. He's got the right kind of angle in terms of his lower joints, and that one's body shape is impressive. You see it the most from that three-quarter shot, the way that he comes back out of his shoulder right there into his center rib, one that's got the right kind of pin set and dimension when you get right in on the top side of the cattle. As you step back off him and study him from a profile calf that's not just near as neat to the top side of his crest or down to the base of his jaw, maybe as he comes down into his chest, but in terms of basic build and design and real-world pieces, I think that one is awfully good. The young man's calf that comes here in third is one that I like in terms of just his unique look from his shoulders forward. He's still awfully youthful about his head and the way he's built on the top side of his crest. One that comes back with a good firm touch to the handle. I like his added stoutness of feature as he goes to the ground. By comparison, back to those two directly ahead of him, he wants to pigeon in and struggle out of his front end just a bit more than what I'd like to see. He's not quite as bold back into his rear rib and flank, but a good-looking one standing there in third. As we keep moving down the lineup, a calf that comes out here in fourth that I like an awful lot in terms of his proportions. I like the way that one's neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder with some additional look. He comes back so good in his top line and center spine. He proportions out extremely good in terms of his body shape and gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. I think as you analyze him from an individual standpoint, that's one you're really drawn to. By comparison, he's just a bit frailer. He's just a bit flatter when you get right in behind the cattle, but an awfully good-looking one standing in fourth. The black calf that comes out next, again, one that's soft and comfortable in terms of his lower angles, and I really like this one's easy feed and look. I'd like to neaten him up in his chest floor and bury his shoulder neater into the base of his body, one that I'd like to clean up and see just a bit more shapely in terms of his handle from up above. The calf that comes out next from his shoulders back, I'm drawn to. I like his body shape, his stoutness of feature, the way he goes to the ground in his hip and hind leg. Up front, we need to reassemble him, set him back in the angle to his shoulder knee, and see him hit just a bit truer in terms of his front 2 feet. The calf that rolls out next, I like that one just in terms of his moderate, easy feeding kind. A calf to me that I think certainly has the right kind of just true dimension and squareness right there to the backside of his shoulder. As you get back off of him, he's just a bit more jammed up off of both ends. I'd like to see him get out and go with just a bit more athleticism out of his hind leg. The red calf that I pulled there on the walk, I think one that you like just in terms of his density and his true power when you get right in behind the cattle. I think a calf, for all of his added frame, you'd just like to see a bit more body. A calf that does want to round out of his hip a bit more, but powerful. As we keep moving down, we got a Hereford steer that's big-legged. Just need to see him powered up and squared up just a bit. The black steer, good-looking. Just need to see a bit more foot and just true bone underneath of him. And then the steer that we have here rounding out our class, I think, again, one that you like just in terms of his basic proportions. He struggles as much as any of them out here when you send him into motion. Good class. I think an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Your results from Class 1. First in that class is Talon Heidi from Kerr County 4-H. Second in that class is Torin Tenney from Mason County 4-H. Third in that class is Gage Zan from Bowling FFA. Fourth in that class is Wesley Sparks from Tom Green County 4-H. Fifth in that class is Miley Evans from Burnett FFA. Sixth is Emily File from Wilson County 4-H. Seventh is Jacob Norwood from Valley View FFA. Eighth in that class is Briley Hyman from Stockdale FFA. Ninth is Zachary Zachary Huell from B County 4-H, and 10th in that class is Peyton Andrus. 11th is Carly Israel from Lubbock County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 2 British Steers.
Can you hold class 3? There's a problem with the list. Class 3 figured out yet? Tanner, we got this deal figured out.
Who was having problems with class 3 that said they were having problems?
Test.
Are y'all having problems with the sheet? What's the deal on class 3?
Hot. We're testing a radio back here at the back of the arena. We were on Livestock Arena today. I just send whoever needs it over to the office, they'll sign for it. are we needing from the office? It's good, Diane. They just thought that one of the radios was coming across the loudspeaker, so they were testing it. Okay, thank you.
This is your first call for Class 3 British Steers. First call for Class 3 British Steers.
Well, good set of cattle here in Class 2, and I think a lot of different types and kinds that you kind of expect here in the British. We got some cattle out here that I think do a lot of things right, just maybe trip you up in a few areas. Young man directly in front of me has one that I like in terms of his body shape, the way he goes to the ground on his hip and hind leg. He's a little past his end point in terms of just where he's at in his crest and his chest floor. The way that he handles here today is a little stale, but I think a good kind of calf. The one that comes directly behind him, when she gets him stopped and set up, I do think you can like a lot of things about that calf. He's so bold and massive in his body shape with the right kind of just foot size and feature. Just wants to break down in his center spine. Doesn't really stay coordinated when you send him into motion. But all in all, I think a great lineup of cattle on this side. A great set of kids doing an awesome job. Congratulations.
Let's go ahead and congratulate the folks exiting the arena for their hard work and dedication throughout the year. This is your second call for Class 2 British Steers, second call for Class 3 British Steers. This is your final call for Class 3 British Steers. Final call for Class 3 British Steers.
Take a 30-minute lunch break following the Brahman.
Okay.
After Class 7 and the Brahman breed selection, we'll take
Just a quick reminder, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after the champion Brahman has been selected. A 30-minute lunch break after the Brahman division. Also, if you have a sale steer, you need to take your green weight card to the truck with you. And if you would like to floor your steer here as well, make sure that you have your green weight card as well. Also, quick reminder, the truck is on the west side of the barn. The truck is on the west side of the barn.
Boy, an awesome class here. And when this Hereford steer came in, I think it was kind of over from that point on. And a calf that, just in terms of his basic build and design, regardless of his color, this calf puts a lot of good things together. I like his foot size, his foot shape, the way that he goes to the ground with that kind of flexibility and still attractiveness to his skeleton. I really like that one's body shape and the way that he comes back out of that kind of a smooth shoulder and explodes into his rib cage and matches that up high, the way that he comes right there to the backside of his shoulder with some true just dimension and squareness. He carries that back out over his loin and right out through his hip. His proportions are on point. Young lady doing an absolutely awesome job getting that one shown. Congratulations to her. The black steer that comes here next, I think one that as you get your hands on him, you're really in on. And one that as you touch him, he's so firm and just fresh to the touch. I like that one back over his loin and just his additional shape right there through his center stifle and lower quarter. One that still reads right in terms of just a fresh, bold body shape and proportions out correctly here from the side profile. By comparison, back to our class winner, he's not near as neat in his chest floor. He's not near as bold and full back into his rear rib and flank, and so it throws off his balance ever so slightly, but a calf that I do absolutely love when you get your hands on him. The red steer came in, and he was acting like a fool, and I pulled him there off the wall, and a calf that I think continually works his way up. The more he relaxes, the more he comes into himself. That's a calf that here from the side profile is easy feeding in his body shape, a calf that's comfortable to the ground with the right kind of stoutness of feature. I think he remains collected in his top line and has more than enough just true dimension from up above. A calf that is just a bit crestier about the top side of his neck. I would like to tidy him up in terms of his chest floor just from a balance standpoint to move up any higher, but an awfully nice one standing there in third. Young lady's calf that comes out next is one that I'm drawn to here from the side profile, one that's really good looking, shoulders forward. I love the way that one comes back and uses his spine, the way that he comes back out of his sternum into his body shape and proportions here from the side profile from that three-quarter shot, and I think you can really tell a lot on these cattle from that three-quarter shot. He wants to flatten in his forerib just a bit more. He doesn't have near as much just true dimension in his upper pin set or how he goes down to his center stifle, but a good-looking sound one standing there in fourth. The red steer, I think when you initially throw your eyes on him, he's maybe a bit dry in terms of his presentation, and because of that, he doesn't hit you quite as hard, but a calf that in terms of just real meat animal shape and true value when you step in behind the cattle, that thing's got some true power. I like his body shape. I think he still goes to the ground comfortably out of his hip and hind leg. Up front is where I'd like to change him. Set him further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee and tidy him up to the base of his shoulder, but a powerful kind of a calf that I think sure enough comfortable out of his hip and hind leg. A good lineup as we keep working down. The black steer that comes next, ripped up and powerful from up above. Just like to see him be a bit more proportional from his chest back into his midrib and flank. Part of that's a little extra skin underneath. Throws his balance off just a touch. The Hereford steer that rolls out next, easy feeding, just like you'd expect from this breed. I think a calf that you'd like to see just a bit more trimmed up and harder in terms of his overall presentation. A calf that comes out next, just powerful, stout featured. Like to see him a bit fresher in terms of his look from his shoulders forward right there to the top side of his crest. The black steer, if you could have them all handled just like that, we'd be in the money because that thing opens up like a show barrow. He's big and square in his edges. He's got a ditch running down his back. Just need to see him have a bit more body and see him a bit more coordinated in his movement. The calf that rolls out next, pulled off the wall. I think a calf that's good looking. He's sound structured, just needs a bit more right there in his center body and a bit more just stoutness of feature underneath, but a sound, good looking one. Red steer that closes out. I think certainly a good bodied, powerful kind of a steer that's going to really harvest a heavy pay weight and has more than enough dimension from up above. Like to see him get out and go with just a bit more comfort and authority off of both ends and tidy him up in his chest floor. Good set there. I think an awfully nice class winner.
Your results from Class 2 British Steers. First in that class is Blakely Benson, Tom Green County 4-H. Second is Taylor Jeffrey from Fisher County 4-H. Third is Hayes Tomsick from Franklin FFA. Fourth is Addison Carlson from Death Smith County 4-H. Fifth is Bo Pollock from Falls City FFA. Sixth in that class is Lily Kinsey from Coryell County 4-H. Seventh is Kennedy Weatherford from Tom Green County 4-H. Eighth is Carson Gardner from Hayes County 4-H. Ninth is Nolan Harden from Hyco FFA. 10th is Sierra Kilman from Tom Green County 4-H. And 11th in that class is Savannah Risto from Bexar County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 3 British Steers.
I think really a nice class of heavies. And as we look down this lineup that are about to head out, I think there's a lot of quality still, and it just shows just how good this class is. The red steer that starts out this lineup, one that's good-bodied and good-looking, just a bit more restricted than what I'd like to see today. Young man's calf here that stands in that third hole, big-featured, stout-footed, just like I like him. Got enough length and extension, just a bit plainer from behind than what I'd like to see. The Hereford steer over here, I think he's good-looking and got the right kind of body shape, just getting a bit plainer and a bit flatter in terms of his dimension from up above. Hereford steer to close out the lineup. Got an attractive hip and hind leg. I like his look from his shoulders forward, just a bit dry right there in his center body. Nice set of them.
As these folks exit the ring, let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause for their hard work and dedication here at Rodeo Austin. We need Class 1 Shorthorn steers to the staging area. Class 1 Shorthorn steers to the staging area. As our judge sorts through Class 3 of the British steers, we would like to make a friendly reminder that the sale, premium sale for the steer show is this Saturday. Each exhibitor will receive 2 wristbands to attend the sale, and they must be present for the sale. This is your second call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. Second call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. This is your third. This is your third call for Class 4 Shorthorn Steers. Third call for Class 4 Shorthorn Steers. This is your final call, Class 4 Shorthorn Steers. Final call, Class 4 Shorthorn Steers. Class 4 Shorthorn Steers. Class 4 Shorthorn Steers.
I think an awfully nice class here, and I'll be the first to tell you I'd like to change my class winner off his rear too. He's just a little uncoordinated. He wants to plant on the outside of his hoof wall ever so slightly, and that's getting critical of a calf that does a lot of things right. He still reads right in his angles, and I think that's when you can really appreciate that calf in terms of just his powerful body shape. He's easily the freshest and firmest to the touch. When you get right in on the top side of the cattle, gives you just that fat steer look up through his front end. Maybe could tidy him up in his chest floor just ever so slightly, but he's still an upgrade in that regard over the calf we have standing here in second. Again, a very nice class winner. Congratulations to that young lady. The calf that comes here in second is one that I like in terms of just his basic kind. He's huge-footed. He's comfortable, and he's stout-featured underneath. He's one that reads right just in terms of a powerful body shape. I think from his shoulders back, that's one that still remains awfully collected, still awfully good-looking. It's through the front third of his body. I just need to tidy him up in his chest floor, see him just a shade fresher to the top side of his neck, a calf that's maybe getting just a bit staler to the touch. But again, big-footed, stout-featured, got an awesome running gear and a good body shape to him. I think, again, an awfully nice second. The tough one is the one in third because, quite honestly, I like this one's just balance and symmetry here from the side profile where his chest floor sits in him relative to his midrib, the way that his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder with that kind of look. He's good out through his hip. I think that one puts a lot of good things together, again, from just a balance and silhouette standpoint. You send him into motion, and again, when you study him from that three-quarter shot, he wants to flatten a bit more in his heart and forerib than what I'd like to see. He's built just a bit stilty off of both ends. If we could soften him up, I think that gets a bit closer there in that top trio. The calf that comes next is one that I think continues to grow on you. Again, in terms of his basics and soundness, the way that he gets out and goes with plenty of comfort off of both ends, and then just a true fat steer body shape. I think that one does that to a very high degree. The way he transitions back out of his shoulder into his forerib is impressive. Got a big back working down the top side of his skeleton. He's just a bit plainer in terms of his stifle shape and the way he goes to his lower quarter, a calf that I'd like to see stoutened up in terms of his feature to really make him balance up appropriately here today. The calf that comes out next is one that I, again, like in terms of just his foot size. The way this young lady gets him stuck here from the side profile, he's dead level down his top line and out through his hip. He's got enough look up through his front end and some true just hard muscle shape working from up above. As you step back off him, I think maturity's getting him just a bit as you study him to the top side of his neck. I'd like to tidy him up in his chest floor and see him remain just a bit fuller right there in his heart and forerib, but a big-footed, sound-structured one that can still give you that look of quality. The calf that comes next, I continue to try to work him up because I think on the stand, that's the one that you want to use. That one's so dense in his body. He's got such just true power working from up above. And the way he balances here from the side profile is something I'm drawn to. You send him into motion. I think he struggles just a bit too much right there off that back right. A calf that I think just needs to get out and go with a bit more comfort and authority off of both ends. But on the stand there, that one can give you an awfully good look. The calf that comes next, again, one that I think can put a good look together here from the side profile. He's got a little extra size and gas to him. A calf that's still good down his top line, enough just presence from his shoulders forward. He's a little timid off of both ends and never just wants to take off and go, and I think that makes it a bit harder to read him. He is legitimately just a bit flatter when you get right in behind the cattle. The red steer that rolls out next, I'd like to see this one 30 days ago because he's bold and he's got the right kind of power from up above, and he actually still balances up appropriately here from the side profile. He's getting quite a bit softer to the touch. I'd like to just firm him up in terms of his overall shape, but I think one that certainly you like an awful lot of things about. Young lady's calf that comes out next, and actually both these remaining two black steers got enough stoutness, got enough feature, just need to balance them up a bit better here from the side profile. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 3 British steers. First in that class is Haiti Braley from Albany FFA. Second in that class is Gage Watley from Carson County 4-H. Third is Taylor Grubbs from Denton County 4-H. Moore of Roby FFA. Fifth is Audrey Felix of Poth FFA. Sixth in that class is Cadence Warner of Gillespie County 4-H. Seventh is Tyler Schneider from Marion FFA. Eighth is Jackson Cromines from Grandview FFA. Ninth is Alyssa Pollock from Falls City FFA. 10th is Cameron Dankworth of Ballinger FFA. Coming into the ring now is all first and seconds from the British division for your division drive.
Well, what a way to start the day here. And if you would, please put your hands together for all of our British exhibitors. Brought us an exceptional set. And I think as we started there in that first class, it really set the stage for what then came thereafter. A calf there out of that first class. It's got the right kind of just look and presence there from the side profile. He's not a big one, but one that's dense in terms of his body shape. Got a lot of true power from up above. And I really like that one's attractiveness to his skeleton, the way he goes to the ground. A calf that still reads with the right kind of just freshness in terms of his look here from the side profile. As I said there earlier, he's maybe just a touch softer to the touch, but I think one that still wears it well, and you wouldn't really see that unless you get your hands on him because he still remains fresh in terms of his chest floor and his remaining indicators. An awfully nice calf there out of Class 1. The calf that comes out of Class 2, and I think when he comes back out here, maybe you're even more into just his type and kind. The way he wedges in terms of his shoulder being that neat and his skeleton build up front, and then the way he comes back so seamless in his full rib shape, I think is truly impressive to have that kind of just dense body and overwhelming power from up above. He's easily the squarest when you get right in behind the cattle and has that kind of dimension that I'm trying to find right there in his center stifle and lower quarter. Attractive in his skeleton. Presence is on point there from the side profile. Young lady does an awesome job getting that one shown. The calf that comes out of that last class, we just got done talking to him, but I think you can truly appreciate that one for a heavyweight when he pulls back out here, just right there in his midrib. His overwhelming power when you step right in behind the cattle. I think a calf that still balances up appropriately here from the side profile. As you, again, heard me say there a second ago, he's not quite as coordinated or maybe as attractive in terms of how he uses his skeleton off his rear too as maybe the calf right there in front of him, but he still gets out and goes comfortably. I think a calf that still meets his stride and still everything makes sense for a good, powerful heavyweight. Again, one more time, put your hands together for all of our exhibitors here in our British. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Congratulations to Miss Blakely Benson from Tom Green County 4-H out of the second class of the British division. She is your breed champion, British steer of Rodeo Austin.
As we pull that second back out here from the middleweights, when he stops and sets up like that, I think you can see why he commanded that second place hole. And a calf that, as you get right in on top of him, of this entire lineup has as much just hard muscle shape as any of them. I like that one, just lean cutability look, his round body shape, and the way that he comes out of the top side of his shoulder with just an attractive fat steer look. A calf that's still comfortable off of both ends. I think you'd like to maybe see him a bit longer and leveler out there through his hip. He doesn't tie his stifle and lower quarter quite as deep into his skeleton there off his rear too, but a calf that puts a lot of neat things together. It's a close decision for me. I think this heavyweight's awfully nice. We're going to go ahead and use him for reserve.
Congratulations to Miss Hattie Braley of Albany FFA. She is your reserve champion, British steer of Rodeo Austin. Let's go ahead and congratulate all the British exhibitors out here today. Just a few friendly reminders. If you are at the conclusion of the Brahman champion selection, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after the Brahmins. 30-minute lunch break after the Brahmins. Coming into the ring now is Class 4 Shorthorn Steers. If you have a breed champion, a reserve breed champion that needs to go back to the surveillance testing, make sure you have either a parent or a 4-H or FFA leader with you. You need to have a parent or 4-H and FFA leader with you back there in the surveillance testing. Just a friendly reminder to all exhibitors, you must be wearing a mask in the arena, must be wearing a mask while exhibiting your steers in the arena. This is your first call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers, first call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. Just a friendly reminder, if you make the sale today or tomorrow and we're not a breed or reserve breed champion, you must take your steer to the truck as quickly as possible.
Good way to kick off our first class of Shorthorns, our lightweight class, and I think a nice set of them here. You know, we got a set that maybe needed just a bit more shape up high. We got one right there behind you that I think that calf on the stand gives you a good look, just a bit timid in terms of the way he goes. The calf that here stands at the end of the lineup, I think one that you like in terms of just his round body shape, need to see just a bit more comfort in terms of his lower skeleton. Good class of them there. Thank you to those young folks.
As these Class 4 Shorthorn steers exit the ring, let's go ahead and congratulate all these exhibitors for their hard work and dedication here at Rodeo Austin. This is your second call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. Second call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers.
I think an awfully interesting class to sort through, and you got to really decide where you want to be in terms of your priorities. I think when you're studying 2 to 4, never a question on where to start here on the class winner. That one in the grand scheme of lightweight shorthorn steers is an absolute hammer. I love just his basic build and design. That one to the touch easily stands out in this particular class. He's fresh and firm. He got the right kind of squareness. His body shape is impressive in terms of the outward curvature to his rib. He gets out and goes the most comfortably of this top end. I think one that remains right in terms of his top line and how he carries his center spine. He could maybe be just a shot fuller back into his rear rib and flank. I think that's getting critical of a calf that puts a lot of impressive things together. I think, again, as you're studying 2 to 4, there's a lot of differences. And so as we study them all, the thing that all of them have in common is you'd like to change them just ever so slightly in a structural area. And the calf that I use here in second, I need to change in terms of his rear feet. Outside of that, that's the other one that has the right angles to his lower skeleton. That's the one that I like the next best in terms of just his general presence, his overall look here from the side profile, and where his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder. That one's impressive in terms of his body shape and has a fresh, firm handle when you get right in on the top side of the cattle. I think a calf that, again, gives you an awfully good look here on the stand. I think the calves in 3 and 4 are a bit more like in their type and kind than they are different. The solid roan steer, in terms of just meat animal shape and dimension, might be the best in this particular class. He's bold and cracked open in terms of his rib cage. I love just how square he is right there to the backside of his shoulder, and he remains that same kind of shapely appearance back over his loin, center stifle, and lower quarter. You send him in motion, and a calf that I think looks quality here from the side on the stand wants to come apart just a bit more. He's frailer at the surface. He's not near as coordinated or just comfortable and athletic in terms of his lower skeleton, but a powerful calf that I like an awful lot when, again, you study him on the stand from that 3/4 shot. The redneck calf that comes here next, when he's stopped and set up like this, you're drawn to him just in terms of his show steer look, the way his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder. He's got a stout little skull on him that really sets the stage from there on back, just his feature at the surface and his body shape and dimension from up above. He's the one that I have the most question marks in terms of his general build. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. I'd like to change him up in terms of the way he's built from his hock down and his ankle and then his foot size and shape. But a powerful calf that can give you an awfully good look there from the side profile. The white steer that comes out next might be as basic and correct as any of them in terms of his lower skeleton. He gets out and goes with a long athletic stride. He's got that easy feeding look right there through his midrib. And I think he has more than enough dimension when you analyze him from up above. From just a balance and symmetry standpoint is where he works down the lineup. I'd like to tidy him up to his crest, and then the way he's built up through his jawline and head. I need to see him a bit longer and leveler out through his hip to really make everything come together. But sound, comfortable, easy feeding livestock with the right kind of dimension will always work up under this guy. I think as we keep working down the lineup, we certainly have a nice set of them with just some things you'd like to change here and there. The calf that rolls out next, powerful. I think certainly has enough stoutness, a feature at the surface, and set up. I think that one can give you a good look. He wants a break right there in his center spine and get a little weak right in behind his shoulder. He doesn't get out and go with just the same kind of authority out of his hip and hind leg, and I'd like to tidy him up just in terms of his joint work, and he's a little coarser in that regard. What I would consider featherweight shorthorn is one that I think still has a lot of quality, and I like his look and extension from his shoulders forward. I think one that has more than enough just true dimension relative to his size and scale, and I think he still reaches adequately out of his front end. Well, a calf that's been out horsed right there in terms of his center body and just overall weight per day of age. A calf that's not near as coordinated out of his hip and hind leg. Young man's got a calf coming here next that I think certainly easy feeding in his type and kind, and certainly sound in terms of his lower skeleton. Just a bit plainer in terms of his overall appearance from his shoulders forward and just general shape from up above. The calf that comes out next, I think as you step back off him and just give him a quick look, he can certainly give you a high quality appearance. He's just a bit plainer and flatter in terms of his body shape and dimension from up above. I'd like to set him back in an angle to his shoulder knee. The calf that comes next is the absolute stoutest, no question in my mind when you get right in on the top side of the cattle. He opens up with a lot of just true shape and dimension and power from right in behind the cattle, and stopped and set up, he can still pull it all together with a quality look. He's just a bit too tight off of both ends. I'd like to lean him up in terms of his handle, but certainly a powerful calf to close out this class. Awfully nice set of lightweight shorthorns.
Your results from Class 4 Shorthorn Steers. First in that class is Sophia Auschwid from Mason County 4-H. Second is Kendall Nix from Midland County 4-H. Third is Alexa DeLeon from Santa Ana FFA. Fourth is Kaylee Norwood from Midlothian FFA. Fifth is Branham Whitworth from Rusk County 4-H. Sixth is Emily G. Smith from Coke County 4-H. Seventh is Brady Labram from Crum FFA. Eighth is T.J. Kirschner from Williamson County 4-H. Ninth is Lexi Kalina from Tom Green County 4-H. And 10th is Grace Potter from Harris County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 5 Shorthorn Steers. Just a friendly reminder, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after the conclusion of the selection of the Brahman champion steer. We will take a 30-minute lunch break after the Brahman division. This is your first call for Class 6 Brahman Steers. First call for Class 6 Brahman Steers. This is your second call for Class 6 Brahman steers. Second call for Class 6 Brahman steers.
Awfully nice set of heavyweight short horns, and I think certainly a lot of different types and kinds. A set that I think certainly puts a lot of good things together. The three on this side, I think maybe just some slight things you'd like to change in him. The calf at the front of the lineup, just like to harden him up in terms of his shape and appearance. He's kind of a bit overcooked, but one that certainly has that easy feeding appearance about him. The calf that stands second in the lineup, long-bodied, just need to see a bit more true turn and dimension when you analyze him right there in his heart and forerib, and then back out over his hip and center stifle. The calf that closes, sound and comfortable, long-bodied. I think enough dimension from up above. Just like to change him up in terms of his balance pieces out here today. I think certainly a nice class here. Thank you to those exhibitors for coming out here.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these three young ladies that exit the ring. Boy, talk about some cute gals exiting the ring with their hard work and dedication out here today. This is your third call for Class 6 Brahman steers. Third call for Class 6 Brahman steers to the staging area. This is your final call for Class 6 Brahman steers. Final call for Class 6 Brahman steers. We are missing 2 head.
Good class of heavyweights here, and we got a little bit of a David and Goliath. This young man, he told me his weight, and I think he kind of fell into a tough class with a bunch of big boys, and he's the lightest one by a considerable margin, but he's the highest quality, and so we're going to work him to the top of this class. I think his greatest advantage is from a three-quarter shot. When you analyze that one right out of the backside of his shoulder and how he transitioned back into that kind of dense body shape is where he really sets the standard in this particular class. He's easily the freshest and truest right there to the backside of his shoulder and remains with that same kind of advantage back over his loin. I like his additional shape to his center stifle and lower quarter. Still reads attractive and fresh here from the side profile. He never really wants to cooperate with that young man, but I do think that one gets out and goes adequately and with enough athleticism off of both sides. I don't know if he's just the most attractive in terms of his hind leg, but he uses it correctly. I think that calf does a lot of things right. The calf that comes in second easily has more just true pounds of product, and no doubt he gets that advantage. I like his dense body shape. I like his mass from up above. I think a calf that still gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends, and from an individual standpoint, balances up appropriately. By comparison, back to that calf directly ahead of him, and just in general, I think you'd like to see him a bit neater in terms of his crest and where his chest sits in him. I'd like to see him just a bit squarer and fresher to the touch. He's starting to plane up just ever so slightly, but a massive kind of a calf still gets out and goes comfortably. I think that kind will always work up in class. The steer that comes out next, I think, is one that you're drawn to, or at least I am, in terms of just his presence and look from his shoulders forward. A calf that certainly takes his neck higher to the top side of his shoulder. A cool, cute, just stout-headed one there, and comes back with a bold body type. I think a calf that goes to the ground with enough just stoutness of feature to really make him balance up appropriately. For me, he needs to be built differently out of his front end. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder knee and see his feet hit truer in terms of where they touch the surface. I'd like to see him get out and go with just a bit more confidence out of his hind leg. And of that initial trio, he's the plainest in his shape from behind, but an awfully good-looking one with a killer presence here from side profile. Young lady doing a nice job getting that one shown. The redneck roan that comes here next is one that, again, I think from just a meat animal shape standpoint, really does a lot of things right. Right there out of the backside of his shoulder, his trueness and dimension is certainly something that I think you'd like to see. I like his body shape and how he drops out of his spine with that kind of turn and dimension, both from a three-quarter shot and that easy feed and look down to the base of his rib. A stout featured one that I think out of his hip and hind leg is attractive. Up front is where I'd like to change him. Set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. See him hit just a bit truer in terms of his base width up front. And then I think you can really appreciate what he has from there on back. The red steer continued to grow on me, and at first glance, he's just a bit dry and stale in terms of his appearance. But a calf that the longer he's out here, the more that I think you like his basics, his comfort at the surface, his body shape, his dimension from up above. He's not near as just pretty here from the side profile in terms of his presence and presentation. I'd like to clean him up in his crest, see him tidier in terms of his chest floor, lengthen him out through his hip, and I think that'd really change the game for that calf. As it stands, he's sound, he's big-bodied with enough true dimension. As we keep working down the lineup, a calf up front, good looking from his shoulders forward, and it took right there till the end for this calf to cooperate and just put a neat look together. He's got a big sound set of feet and legs underneath of him. I think he's got enough depth to his body from that ever-telling three-quarter shot that you'll hear me say over and over again. He flattens right there in his heart and forerib. I'd like to see him just have a bit more true dimension from behind relative to this heavyweight class. The calf that comes out next does have that. He's boulder-bodied. He's one that certainly opens up just a bit bigger and stouter in terms of his pin set and dimension from up above. I'd like to see this one just get out and go with a bit more comfort off of both ends. He's built just a shot straighter in terms of his lower skeleton. The calf that comes out next, long-bodied, powerful, stout-featured, whatever words that go along with that you want to throw at this calf, he's all of it. I'd like to see him neater in terms of where his chest floor and shoulders sit into his skeleton. I'd like to pick him up and see him just a bit neater, shoulders forward, and strengthen him right in behind his shoulder. But he's all kinds of powerful, and I certainly appreciate that in that solid red calf. The calf that comes out next, and he is the heaviest by some margin, but I think he wears it well. He gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. He's got enough true body shape. A calf that still puts it all together with the quality look here from side profile, but that weight is working against him. He's got a little too much cover. He's starting to plane up in terms of just his general shape and dimension when you get right in behind this set. The calf that closes is one that I pulled right there at the end, and a calf that to the touch is absolutely impressive. I love just how fresh and square he is right there out of the backside of his shoulder and how he grabs over his loin. I think he's the cutability option in this particular class that would certainly work on that grid. I'd like to see him softer bodied. I'd like to see him just a bit more flexible in terms of his lower joint, but in terms of just meat animal shape, that one certainly is impressive. Good class there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 5 Shorthorn Steers. First in that class is Logan Netterville from Tioga FFA. Second is J.C. Thompson from Crum FFA. Third is Danielle Rangel from Sherryland Pioneer FFA. Fourth is Hannah Rayleigh from Lavernia FFA. Fifth is Tyler Phillips from Shallowater FFA. Sixth is Gavin Prelwitz from Barker County 4-H. Seventh is Bradley Baker from Belton FFA. Eighth is Lane Kinsey from Coryell County 4-H. Ninth is Kaylin Johnson from Stockdale FFA. And 10th is Autry Kelm from Thrall FFA. Coming into the ring now is your class champions for your Shorthorn breed drive. Out of your Class 4 Shorthorn Steers, first in that class coming into the ring there at the front is Miss Sophie Auschwitz from Mason County 4-H. First out of Class 5 Shorthorn Steers is Logan Netterville from Tioga FFA. Second out of Class 4 is Kendall Nix from Midland County 4-H. And second out of Class 5 Shorthorns is J.C. Thompson from Crum FFA. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these first and seconds out here for your Shorthorn Division drive.
An awesome set of Shorthorn cattle here, and if you would, please put your hands together for all these exhibitors and the ones that went back to the barn. I think a lot of quality, a lot of diversity, and I think different types and kinds, and depending on where you want to be in terms of your priorities, I think there's a lot of cattle that could fit certainly a wide range of people. The ones that we come back out here with are my kind, and I think as you look back at our class winners, both of them read right just in terms of their dimension, the way they're built in terms of their basic skeleton, I think certainly have, again, just some added look. The calf that comes out of that first class, and I think as you're studying truly upper end livestock, they all kind of blend together. And I was watching the OYE Market sheep show last week, and I think this one's built a little like a market lamb, just in terms of the way he runs uphill, the way he's so round in terms of his body shape. That one's handle is absolutely impressive. And I told that young lady first time I put my hands on him, his freshness and firmness to the touch is a standout amongst this lineup. I love his just stout, expressive dimension when he stepped right in behind the cattle. And you send him into motion, I think that's one that takes the longest, most athletic stride. I think he's certainly still attractive in terms of his lower skeleton. He's not quite as advanced in terms of his center body depth or the way that he fills back into his rear rib and flank. And a calf that's maybe not the absolute heaviest one in the world, but I think he's well within the realm of acceptability in terms of his weight. A calf that brings a lot of quality to this lineup. The steer that comes out of that second class, as you heard me say there just a minute ago, I think one that you're drawn to in terms of his body shape. In that particular class, the way he comes back and transitions from his shoulder into his forerib and fills into his flank to be that bold and still fresh in terms of his composition is something I'm drawn to. I think a calf that maybe not near as tricked out as the one directly in front of him, but still balances up with a quality look here from side profile. I think he's got the right kind of angle built into his lower skeleton. Maybe not near as attractive in terms of his hind leg, but as you heard me say there, I think he gets out and goes more than adequately and uses it well. A calf that I like just in terms of his fresh, firm touch. Again, back and forth, I think it comes down to these first, not taking anything away from them seconds. Certainly high-quality set of second places stand there directly behind him. There's one out here that I'm certainly drawn to, and this whole next 2 days, we're going to use the best ones regardless of the weight. The calf out of that lightweight class is going to be your champion.
And your champion Shorthorn steer of Rodeo Austin is Miss Sophia Auschwitz from Mason County 4-H.
We see that second right there in behind her. And the reason that one worked up is I think from just a balance and presence standpoint, that one is certainly a standout. I love this one on the stand in terms of where his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder and how he carries himself in his center spine. The way he comes back out of his sternum with that kind of shape and still symmetry in terms of his midrib is impressive. He goes to the ground with as much true stoutness of feature as any of them out here. As we said there in class, one that I'd like to change in terms of the way he's built off his rear too, he's getting a little long to his outside toe and starting to push to the outside of his hoof wall, and I think because of that, he's not near as coordinator, not near as athletic in terms of his movement off his rear too, but a good-looking one right there. There's another calf out here that I think in terms of just meat, animal shape, and density is one that I like an awful lot. We're going to go ahead and use that heavyweight for reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve champion, Shorthorn Steer of Rodeo Austin, is Mr. Logan Netterville of Tioga FFA. Let's go ahead and congratulate all the Shorthorn exhibitors out here today.
Folks, if you would, take time today to go by the Ram booth. Sign up for a chance to win $75,000 voucher towards the purchase of a Ram product. They're fine supporters of this event and help make it happen. So go by and sign up for your chance to win. Also, please remember, help keep this show going. Keep those masks on at all time. That way we can keep the show going for the kids. Thank you.
Just a quick reminder, if you're a breed champion or reserve breed champion that needs to go back to the surveillance testing, make sure you have a parent or 4-H leader with you. Make sure you have a parent or 4-H leader with you back there in the surveillance testing. And don't forget, after the conclusion of the Brahman Drive, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. After the conclusion of the Brahman Drive, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. This is your first call for Class 7 Brahman steers. First call for Class 7 Brahman steers. This is your second call for Class 7 Brahman steers. Second call for Class 7 Brahman steers.
I think a killer set of Brahman steers as we kick off with our first class. And all four of these, I think, still have a high level of quality. Just maybe some more unique pieces on that side. The calf that stands at the front of the lineup, so easy feeding and comes with some added stoutness feature. I think along with that, it kind of works to his disadvantage. I'd like to see him just a bit truer in terms of his body shape. I'd like to see just a bit more turn and dimension from up above, but an easy feeding kind of a calf. Young lady with the calf here in second. I wish we could replicate his handle from up above. That one's got a big fresh back in him, firm to the touch. Just need to see a bit more body to really make him balance up out here today. The calf that comes here in that third spot, I think, again, one that you like in terms of his easy feeding look. Just need to see a bit more length and extension here from the side profile. Young lady that stands in that fourth spot does have that long-bodied, fresh, firm handle in one from up above. Again, for all of his added frame, I'd like to see a bit more body to really make him balance up today. Thank you to those young folks for coming out here.
Folks, let's go ahead and put our hands together for these boys and girls that exit the arena with a tough set of Brahman steers out here today. This is your third call for Class 7 Brahman steers. Third call for Class 7 Brahman steers. Just a quick reminder, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after the champion Brahman has been selected. 30-minute lunch break after the champion Brahman has been selected.
Boy, an awesome class of Brahmins to get us kicked off here. And I think that the calf that I used to win, I know he is, he's a combination between 2 and 3. And that's why I'm drawn to him. I think he's got the skeletal correctness and build of the calf directly behind him and the shape and dimension from up above of the calf that stands in third. I think as you analyze him from an individual standpoint, that's one that still gives you a killer look. Added extension up through his front 1/3. Again, I like his attractiveness as skeleton. The way that he carries his spine when he takes off and goes. I like his fresh, bold body type and his dimension that he has right there to the backside of his shoulder. An awfully nice place to start. Young lady doing a killer job getting that one shown. I think the debate's between 2 and 3, and I think the longer that they're out here, the more that I'm drawn to the calf in second's basic build and design. I like his added foot size. I like his added comfort built into his lower skeleton. I like his just easy feeding look here from the side profile. He comes with just a bit more length and extension as you study him from the side, and everything makes sense on that calf in terms of a presence standpoint. I think what makes it a little tricky is he's a bit more traditional in terms of just his shape from up above. Kind of maybe you wouldn't expect that exotic turn right there to the backside of his shoulder in a Brahmin calf. And he probably reads a bit more that way, but he's still bold in his body type with more than enough mass from up above. And I think that's where that makes that calf an awfully nice second. Congratulations to both those top two. The calf that comes in third, I think, makes it difficult because from that three-quarter shot that I continually talk about is where he really excels. Right there to the backside of his shoulder, he easily comes the most seamless back into just a dense, powerful body shape, and he matches that from up above. I like the way that one feeds right there to the backside of his shoulder with as much true dimension of all of them in those top three. He carries that back over his loin. He's got some extra just expressiveness right there in his center stifle. As you step back off him and analyze him from an individual standpoint, I think everything makes sense. By comparison, back to those two directly in front of him, he's a bit more jammed up off of both ends. I'd really like to stouten him up in terms of his feature as he goes to the ground to move him up that one more spot, but an awfully nice calf there standing in third. As we keep moving down the lineup, I think another Brindle calf that you certainly are drawn to in terms of his skeletal correctness at the surface, his body shape, his look and presence here from the side profile. From that three-quarter shot, he's starting to plane up right out of the backside of his shoulder and down into his forehead from behind, and although it doesn't really hold him up in terms of his skeletal correctness, he does have a bit more swelling on his hock than what I personally like to see, but a sound one at the surface. It's easy feeding with enough length and extension. The calf that comes next, I think, has some unique pieces. He's stout-featured. He's long-bodied. His neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder. Young lady's doing a great job getting this one shown, and he's still bold in the outward curvature to his center body. For his added frame, I wish he had just a bit more drop to his midrib and fill right there in his heart and forerib. I wish we could see him just a bit more collected right there to the backside of his shoulder. But a big-backed, stout-featured one that has more than enough look from shoulders forward. As we keep moving down this lineup, and as I said there earlier, a lot of quality as you continue to go on down through this class. The calf that comes next from his shoulders back is big-bodied. He's big-hipped. I think he gets out and goes with enough flexibility off of both ends. I'd like to stouten him up at his feature at the surface. A calf that doesn't handle just quite as consistent back over his 12th and 13th and see just a bit more extension from his shoulders forward. But I think the basics in that calf are awfully good. It continues down, and the calf that comes next in terms of his skeletal build and foot size is impressive. He's got that easy feeding look, and it's starting to work to his disadvantage just a bit. He's a bit softer to the touch. He's a bit plainer in terms of his general appearance, and I like to see him have just a bit more presence there from the side profile. The calf that comes next is a bit more of the same sound. Just need to see a bit more shape and look. The calf that closes, I think, the young man's doing a great job getting him shown. He kind of worked through it. The calf was not necessarily wanting to cooperate. He's good looking from his shoulders forward. A calf that I think still sound at the surface. And if you have a later county fair or want to roll him into Dallas next year, that calf still got a lot of good to him. He's not quite there yet. Need to see just a bit more dimension, but certainly a good animal there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Boy, just when you thought they canceled the rodeo, we brought it back here in the Brahmin division. Let me tell you, let's go ahead and congratulate and thank these folks, ring help out here today for getting those kids safe and out of here in a good fashion. Your results from Class 6 of the Brahmin Steers. First in that class is Steely Williams from Blue Ridge FFA. Second in that class is Haley Howe from Falls City FFA. Third is Hollis Holmes from Goliad County 4-H. Fourth is Sadie Schlimmenfeeling from Atascosa County 4-H. Sixth is Macy Talley from Floresville FFA. 7th is Brody Pfizer from East Central FFA. 8th is Elena Hernandez from Three Rivers FFA. 9th is Holton Weeding from Live Oak County 4-H. 10th is Traley Schroeder from Thrale FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 7 Brahman Steers. Just a quick reminder, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after the conclusion of the Brahman champion selection. 30-minute lunch break after the champion Brahman has been selected.
I'm looking forward to sorting through those on that side of the ring. A great deal of quality, and it's tough whenever you hit a class like this because we still got some good cattle on this side. Young man stay here right out there in front, big featured, long-bodied. Like to change him up just in terms of his proportions out here today. That black calf that comes directly behind him, just in terms of a fresh, firm handle, the way that he comes back out of his shoulder with that kind of ditch running down his back is something I'd like to continually see just in terms of dimension. I like to change him up in terms of the way he goes to the ground. He's a bit frailer, he's a bit harsher as he goes to the base of his rib cage. The red steer that comes here next, I think one that's comfortable in terms of his lower angles, has that easy feeding look right there through his midrib. It's a comment that'll probably get me labeled a Yankee, but I'd just like to change him in his hip. Think he wants to jump up in his center spine and loin a bit more than what I'd like to see. I think he wants to round out of his hip a bit more than what's maybe what I deem appropriate out here, but a calf that's still sound on the go. I think he's good-bodied. I think everything up front makes sense. The black calf that closes, sound underneath, big-bodied. I think more than enough dimension from up above. I'd like to harden him up in terms of his shape and see that same view from behind. Congratulations, and thanks again for those exhibitors coming out here today.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these Brahman exhibitors exiting the ring for their hard work and dedication here at Rodeo Austin. Again, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after the conclusion of the Brahmin show. 30-minute lunch break after the conclusion of the Brahmin show. Just a quick reminder, if you make the sale here today or tomorrow and you're not a breed champion or reserve breed champion, you must take your steer to the truck as soon as possible.
And I like this top pair. And I think there's good trade-offs back and forth between them. The calf that I used to win, I think it starts at the surface. I think he has a clear-cut advantage in terms of stoutness of feature, one that's just bigger and more even about his toe. I like his basic comfort and attractiveness that he has in his lower skeleton. He stops and gets him set up right there, and that one remains more collected out of the backside of his shoulder. Neck comes just a touch higher. He's a bit stouter featured about his skull. A calf that from behind the cattle has the advantage in terms of pin width, center stifle, and lower quarter. He's just a bit more expressive in that regard, and I do think he is legitimately just a bit bolder right there in his heart and forerib. A calf that's maybe not quite as big right there out of the backside of his shoulder. He's not quite as neat up through his front 1/3. That's where I think you're really drawn to this calf here in second. A calf that I think from an individual standpoint relative to this population is so good looking from his shoulders forward. A calf that has just a ton of true meat animal shape right there to the backside of his shoulder. He's plenty dimensional from his midrib back right there in his center body, and a calf that I'd never questioned from just a comfort standpoint underneath. By comparison, back to our class winner, he's a shade frailer footed underneath. I'd like to pick him up in his pin set and see him just a bit more dimensional and carry his stifle shape down deeper into his quarter, but a calf that I think is awfully good standing there in second. This one in third, I think, continues to grow on you, and a calf that, in terms of his top line and how he carries it out here in this particular lineup and goes to the ground on an attractive hip and hind leg, he might be as good as any of them. And a calf that I think certainly has more than enough dimension from up above. The longer he's out here, and as you compare him back to what I think is two studs, he's just a bit deeper shouldered. I'd like to see him just a bit neater in terms of his transition from his chest floor back into his heart and forward and where he comes back into his flank. But top line, hip and hind leg, I think that one's awfully good. The cream-colored steer that comes here next is an absolute truck. And as you study him just in terms of his feature and genuine width underneath, it really sets the stage for what he has from there on up. Powerful body, big back, big pin, got a big loin working over top of him. A calf that as you step back off him, I think you'd like to change him up just in terms of his general appearance and see a bit more presence and youthfulness. He's getting just a bit softer to the touch, so we put a powerful calf standing there in fourth. The steer that rolls out here next, I think one, that the longer he's out here, the more that he just doesn't have any major holes. A calf that's functional and has the right kind of basic build. A calf that has more than enough just dimension and handle right there to the backside of his shoulder. And I think he's good in terms of his dimension and shape from behind. By comparison, he's not near as just long and extended in terms of his appearance from the side profile. I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his feature underneath. As we keep working down the lineup here, a calf that comes next, and not necessarily wanting to cooperate with this young man, but a lot of good pieces. He's long and wild-necked, one that's got a lot of just true meat animal shape working from up above, and that's the high cutability steer of this particular lineup. He's still sound and comfortable on the go in terms of his basic angles. For all of his added frame and size and length, I'd like to see a bit more drop to his midrib to offset it. I do think he needs a bit more stoutness of feature underneath to really make everything balance up there from the side profile. The calf that comes next relative to just his overall scale, I think has as much true dimension working down the top side of his skeleton as any of them, and I love his dense body shape. As you analyze him further and as we send him into motion, he comes in a few more pieces. I think he needs to be set further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee, picked up in his pin set, and see him get out and go with just a bit more authority and comfort out of his hip and hind leg. But that one's basic parts right there through the center portion of his skeleton is absolutely impressive. As we keep working down the lineup, the gray steer, long-bodied, sound and structured, a lot of dimension, just starting to get a little weak and easy in his top line, a bit plainer in terms of his general appearance. The yellow steer that comes next, good handling one. I pulled him off the wall as soon as I put my hands on him because he's big and square and firm right there to the backside of his shoulder and out over his loin. I'd like to see him get out and go with just more confidence off of both ends. He's built just a bit straighter. I'd like to see him transition back into his forerib just a bit fuller. Same with the red steer. I think that's one, as you put your hands on him, he's got that fresh, firm touch. He's got a lot of just true expression and shape when you get right in behind the cattle. He needs to be a bit smoother at the point of his shoulder. I'd like to see a bit more body and stoutness of feature as you work your way down. Good class there. I think an awfully impressive top pair.
Your results from Class 7 Brahman steers. First in that class is Wyatt Hinsky of Riviera Coffer FFA. Second in that class is Parker Stevens of Poth FFA. Third is Sarah Medina of Academy Pride FFA. Fourth is Sterling Gage Spence of Wilson County 4-H. Fifth is Lucas Medina of Somerset FFA. Sixth is Mason Lefesti of Milam County 4-H. Seventh is Tyler McAllister of Leon County 4-H. Eighth in that class is Tyler Schaefer-Coder of Smithson Valley FFA. Ninth in that class is Alyssa Villarreal, Falls City FFA. And 10th in that class is Amber Niles of Marion FFA. We will now bring in those class champions for your champions selection of your champion and reserve Brahman. Coming into the ring now, leading the pack from Class 6 Brahman Steers. First in that class is Steely Williams from Blue Ridge FFA. First place from Class 7, following in behind her, is Wyatt Hinsky of Riviera Coffer FFA. Second out of Class 6 is Minnie Blue from Runnels County 4-H. And second, following in behind her, is Parker Stevens from Poth FFA. Let's go ahead and congratulate all these Brahman exhibitors out here today. As our judge selects through these Brahman steers, we would like to mention that we will begin kicking off judging of the cattle after lunch at 12:15. 12:15 is when the cattle will be coming into the ring.
Well, an awesome set of Brahmins here, and I have a tendency to get caught up in the moment in that last class, just how good those champions were, first and second. I think you can really go in and analyze those quite heavily and get excited up about it. But I think what makes it tough is then that first place from that first class comes back out here, and man, is that calf nice. And the way he goes to the ground with that kind of foot size and shape, I think it's something that you're drawn to. The way he gets out and goes off of both ends, he's fairly comfortable. That one's got a nice, fresh back shape shape in him, and the way that he comes back over his loin and touches, I think is certainly impressive. A calf that's certainly on the stand there, puts an awfully impressive look together. You send him into motion. I don't think his neck naturally comes quite as high to the top side of his shoulder as a calf directly behind him. He's not near as just long in terms of the way he's assembled out through his hip, but an impressive calf that comes out of that lighter weight class. Then the calf that comes out of that second heavy class, and it was tough. I mean, there was 5 of them in there that I thought were awfully good. When he gets him stopped and set like this, I think it's hard to draw him up like that. And really what helps him from everywhere on back is the way he's built in his shoulder and knee. That kind of angle that he has in that regard and the way that he goes to ground so true really sets the stage that he has from there on back. I like his body shape. He's fresh and has a right kind of turn back through his midrib. He gets out and goes with a lot of true athleticism out of his hip and hind leg with a great deal of just shape and power when you get right behind the cattle. And then again, neck comes straight out of the top side of his shoulder, puts it all together with an awfully impressive look. He's maybe just a shade rounder in terms of the way he's built out of his hip whenever he takes off and goes. But again, right there, that calf can give you an awfully good look. He's going to be our champion here today. I'm going to take one more look for reserve.
And your champion Brahman steer goes to Wyatt Hinsky of Riviera Coffer FFA. Let's go ahead and give him a big round of applause.
We pull that second back out here, and I think it really shows the quality that we had in that class, and a calf that I'm really drawn to just in terms of his presence from his shoulders forward. A calf that gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends and has the right kind of just true squareness working right there out of the backside of his shoulder. I think his weight and just an added maturity starting to work to his disadvantage just a touch, and especially when you stand him right next to that calf directly in front of him. He's starting to weaken right in behind his shoulder just a bit. He doesn't have as much just true firm shape right over his loin, and he's not near as stout featured as he goes to the surface. But I think a calf that puts a lot of neat things together, and certainly one that I commend this young man for. He's got an awfully good calf. It's tough for me to turn that lightweight calf. He's going to be our reserve champion today.
And your reserve champion Brahman steer of Rodeo Austin is Miss Steely Williams of Blue Ridge FFA. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all the Brahman exhibitors out here today. Again, our first call for ABC steers will be at noon. First call for ABC steers will be at noon.
All right, give it up for Keith Burdall, dragging the arena today, ladies and gentlemen. Countless hours and countless time. Thank you, Keith. What a way to turn that dirt into dirt.
All right, folks, while we got a break, go by the Ram booth. Sign up for your chance to win a $75,000 voucher towards the purchase of a Ram product. They're great supporters of Rodeo Austin, help make this event happen. Also, to keep this event going, please remember by the county ordinance, we are in a county facility. Please keep those masks on for us. That'll help us keep rolling here. All right, folks, forgot to tell you also, go support Rodeo Austin. Go by the info and souvenir booth, mainly just souvenirs now, and pick up your official Rodeo Austin merchandise and help support Rodeo Austin.
This is your first call for Class 8 ABC steers. First call for Class 8 ABC steers. Second call, Class 8 ABC steers. Second call, Class 8 ABC steers. Third call for Class 8 ABC steers. Third call for Class 8 ABC steers. Just a friendly reminder, if you make the sale here today or tomorrow and are not a breed champion or reserve breed champion, you must take your steer to the truck as soon as possible after concluding your class. This is your final call for Class 8 ABC steers. Final call for Class 8 ABC steers. We are missing 4 head in this class. As our judge sorts here through Class 8 of the ABC steers, we'd like to go ahead and reintroduce him. We've got your man, Nick Fitzsimmons, sorting them hot and heavy in the ring out here today. Nick grew up on a Simmental seed stock operation there in western Iowa. Growing up, he exhibited cattle across the country and livestock judging, which sparked a passion that eventually led him all the way to Blackhawk East College, and then he went on to Texas Tech University, where he was highly successful on his livestock judging team. After that, he served as the assistant livestock judging coach there at Texas Tech, and then Nick took a position with Sunglow Feeds. Nick currently serves as a regional show feed specialist in the Oklahoma and Texas markets. Nick, along with his wife Ashley, son Lander, and daughter Lane, own and operate Fitz Genetics, a multifaceted cattle operation in Perry, Oklahoma. Their operation strives to raise and sell high-quality functional cattle across multiple breeds, and Nick has judged numerous state and national shows across the country, and let me tell you, we are excited for him to be here. Let's go ahead and give a big Texas welcome to Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons. This is your first call for Class 9 ABC steers. First call for Class 9 ABC steers. Second call, Class 9, ABC Steers. Second call, Class 9, ABC Steers.
We get it kicked off here in our ABCs and an awesome class that we've had to sort through to this point. And I think a lot of good from top to bottom, as you'd kind of expect as we jump into this breed. As we look down this lineup, a nice set, just some minor things to change. Young lady with this calf in the third spot in this lineup, absolutely doing a killer job, and one that sounds structured to the ground, got enough depth of body. I wish she had just a bit more shape and dimension, because like I said, she's doing a killer job getting that one shown. As we keep working down here, I think a Baldy calf that's on target in terms of just his finish and touch and tone. Just wish he balanced up a bit more appropriately here from the side profile as we keep working down the lineup. Young lady's got a black calf over here, easy feeding. Just need to see him a bit more coordinated in terms of his movement. Good set of them here. Thank you to these kids for coming out here and showing today.
Let's go ahead and congratulate all these kids exiting the arena with their hard work and dedication. This is your third call for Class 9 ABC steers. Third call for Class 9 ABC steers.
I think this class right here will get you fired up for what's to come. And the calf that we used to win, never really a question in my mind where we needed to start. This one from the ground up is built incredibly good. I love his foot size and shape and his additional comfort that he has to the base of his skeleton. A calf that I think still extremely attractive in terms of the way he uses it from that ever-telling three-quarter shot. The way he comes back out of his shoulder and explodes into that kind of robust body shape, I think is absolutely impressive. He's my preference in terms of just his handle and fresh topside shape, one that comes back with that plenty of dimension from right behind him. And then as you step back off him, that's a calf that puts it all together with an awfully impressive look. Maybe he's not the most just youthful about his head, but a calf that does a lot of things very, very well. The calf that comes here in second, young man sticking with it, and I'm proud of him for that. This calf's not necessarily wanting to cooperate with him, and I actually prefer the way he's built from his shoulders forward in terms of his extension and youthfulness about his jawline and skull shape. A calf that still comes with plenty of stoutness of feature and true dimension when he steps right in behind the cattle. He's built just a shade rounder off of both ends of his skeleton. I'd like to bury his shoulder neater into his body shape just to make everything transition from there on back a bit more seamless, but an awfully nice calf standing there in second. The gray steer is just a bit more juvenile in terms of his body shape, but we are in class 1 of the ABCs, so I'm going to give him a pass and really dig in on this one. Skeleton, the way he's built down to the base of to the ground is awfully good. I like his angles. I like his look and extension from his shoulders forward, and that one's got some just raw shape from up above. That's the high cut ability steer in this particular lineup. I wish we could power him up in terms of his full rib shape and see just a bit more of an easy feeding look right there through his midrib, but a calf that does a lot of things right. The red steer continues to work up, and part of it is because this young man's doing a killer job getting this thing shown. I think the other part is that one's body shape and easy feeding look is one that you certainly like to see. Again, his dimension from up above is impressive. The longer he's out here, he's maybe just not near as impressive in terms of additional unique pieces. He's a bit frailer to the surface. He's not near as just attractive in terms of his lower skeleton, and I'd like to see just a bit more of a unique look from his shoulders forward, but in terms of just a dense body type and additional power from up above, that calf is certainly awfully nice. The gray steer that comes out next, I think he has those unique pieces that you like to see in terms of just a neck coming straight out of the top side of his shoulder with some additional extension, some true shape right there out of the back side of his shoulder and out through his hip. He's attractive on the stand in terms of his hip and hind leg and has plenty of boldness right there in his midrib. He comes in just a few more pieces. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee and see him hit the surface a bit truer in terms of where his feet touch the ground up front. See him come back just a bit bolder right there in his heart and forerib, but a calf that certainly has some unique pieces. As we keep working down the lineup, this young lady's doing a killer job, and I think a calf that in terms of his basics does a lot of things right. He's sound, he's big-bodied, he's got enough mass from up above. With that being said, to move him up any higher, I'd like to see him just a bit bolder in terms of his center body shape and open up with just a bit more shape right there to the backside of his shoulder. But I like his feet and legs, and that's why he continued to work up in this particular lineup. The roan steer that comes out next, bold-bodied, powerful from up above. I'd like to see him just a bit more youthful to his crest and up through his head, a calf that's maybe just a bit more rigid in terms of how he moves here today. The gray steer never really wanted to cooperate and pull it all together, but that's a big, fresh back steer with the right kind of turn when he steps right in behind the cattle. He's comfortable off his rear, too. We need to reassemble him up through his front end and set him back in his shoulder and knee. See him just a bit bolder right there in his heart and forward. The red steer is one that I liked in terms of just his fresh, firm handle. He's got a big running gear underneath of him. A calf that doesn't balance up near as appropriately from the side, but again, I like that one's just true power. The gold steer is a bit more the same, dimensional from up above, round-bodied. A calf that for me I'd like to see a bit longer and more athletic in terms of his stride out of his hip and hind leg. A calf I'd like to neaten up in terms of his shoulder. The gray steer that comes here next, I think nothing wrong with this calf necessarily. He's sound, he's got enough body, he's got enough mass, just not any extras in this particular lineup to move up any higher. I'd like to see just a bit more look and presence there from the side. The black steer's on the other end of the spectrum. That one's got a big, fresh, firm handle from up above. He's got a wild look from his shoulders forward, an attractive hip and hind leg. He's a bit too round in terms of just his muscle pattern, and because of that, he doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably out of his hip and hind leg. I'd like to neaten him up in his shoulder and see a bit more fill back through his rear rib and flank, but a powerful kind of a calf with a good look up front. Congratulations to those exhibitors. I think a standout class winner.
Your results from Class 8 ABC Steers. First in that class is Allie Thane of Guadalupe County 4-H. Second is Duke Growski of McLennan County 4-H. Third in that class is Jake Simpson of Brown County 4-H. Fourth is Ryan Pena of Bear County 4-H. Fifth is Ryan Davis of Three Rivers FFA. Sixth is Ava Lee of Live Oak County 4-H. Seventh is Leanne Kirshner of Williamson County 4-H. Eighth is Trevor Pashota of George West FFA. Ninth is Lauren Parks of Paducah FFA. 10th in that class is Jasmine Nguyen Hughes of Three Rivers FFA. And 11th in that class is Jaden Woodley of Tahoka FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 9 ABC Steers. This is your first call for Class 10 ABC Steers. First call, Class 10 ABC Steers. Second call, Class 10 ABC Steers. Second call, Class 10 ABC Steers.
Class 2 of these ABCs brings us an awfully good set, and I think as you look at the quality on that side of the ring, it's not hard to imagine that we got still some good calves over here that maybe did things that you'd like to change in minor areas. The calf that comes out of that second hole, this gold steer, I think that one's dimensional from up above and on target in terms of just his body shape. A calf for me comes in a few more pieces, and he's not near as coordinated in terms of his movement here today, but in terms of meat animal shape, that one does an awfully nice job. The black steer directly behind him, I think gives you a good look down his top line and up through his front 1/3. Need to change him in terms of how he's assembled up through his front end. This gray steer outside of his back left pastern, I think is an awfully nice calf, and I'm sorry that calf looks like he has a bit of an injury because his lower skeletal angles are awfully good. I think he's right in terms of his body shape, and he reads right in terms of his top line. That one spot's just hanging him up out here today, and he's not really wanting to get out and really use his skeleton, but a nice calf there. Congratulations to all these exhibitors, and thanks again for coming out here and showing.
Let's go ahead and congratulate these kiddos that are exiting the arena for their efforts and dedication out here today. This is your third call for Class 10 ABC steers. Third call for Class 10 ABC steers. Just a few friendly reminders. If you make the sale here today and you're not a breed champion or a reserve breed champion, please get those steers on the truck as soon as possible. Also, every exhibitor needs to be wearing a mask here in the ring today.
These top three are awfully good. And the calf that we have coming here and winning this particular class was the last calf through the gate. He kind of waited a little bit of time and then kind of made his debut. And, man, was I happy to see this one. I think this thing's basic look and presence from the side profile and his proportions are absolutely incredible. That one's look up through his front end and then open back up into that kind of body shape with that kind of true just raw shape out of the backside of his shoulder. He carries that back out through his hip and his upper pin set and center stifle, a calf that goes to the ground with an abundance of just stoutness of feature and then still proportions correctly to the base of his rib cage. Is he just heifer-legged off of both ends? Probably not, but I think he still reaches adequately, one that still meets his stride, and I think you really got to dig on that one's just look and presence there from the side profile. The calf that comes here in second is probably my kind in terms of his general build at the surface. He's a little softer in his angles. He's set further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. He's got just that easy feeding look right there through his center body, and a calf that I think still from an individual standpoint proportions out correctly and has enough dimension. By comparison, back to our class winner, he's just a shade plainer right there out of the backside of his shoulder. He doesn't have near just the look and excellence presence there through his front 1/3 as the calf that stands directly in front of him. He's got a little bit of crest, a little bit more throat, but man, is that a good calf in terms of just his basics standing there in second. The yellow calf that comes next is a bit more of the same, and I like this one's just body shape to the base of his rib. A calf that's sound and comfortable here from the side profile, and this young lady gets a lot out of him just from her showmanship, the way that she picks his head up out of his shoulders. As you send him into motion, I think he legitimately turns out just a little bit up front. He's just a bit flatter in terms of his full rib shape, and up high, I think he's the plainest and just starting to stale up in terms of his dimension right there out of the backside of his shoulder. But parked right there, that's a calf you can like an awful lot of things about. The blue steer that comes out next, minus the center of his spine, is one that I do certainly appreciate. He comes back awfully good from his shoulder back into his heart and forerib in true dimension from behind. He goes to the ground with a great deal of flexibility on a big set of feet and legs, and his neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder. Again, you turn him loose, and that's a calf that just wants to kick up at his center spine, break in behind his shoulder a bit more, and just throws off his balance here from the side profile. He, too, could be neatened up in his chest floor ever so slightly. I'm proud of this young man with this red calf here that comes in fifth because he stuck with it. And I think certainly a calf that you like an awful lot of things about. Again, in terms of his basics, he's sound, he's big body, he's got enough dimension. The longer you analyze him, I think you'd like to just neaten him up in terms of his chest floor and where his shoulder sits on his body. I wish he came back out of his shoulder with a bit more body shape, outward curvature to his rib cage, and a bit more dimension, or I guess squareness of shape from up above, but a sound, comfortable, easy feeding one standing there in fifth. As we keep moving down the lineup, we got a calf over here next that this young lady does an exceptional job getting shown, and you kind of quit looking at him because he always looks so good there from the side profile. I think as you get right in behind the cattle or you study him from a 3/4 shot, that one is legitimately just a bit flatter. As good of a job as she does getting his head pulled up out of him and pulling everything together, he's got just a bit more low-hanging chest, and it kind of throws off his balance from there on back into his center body. But man, does she do a good job getting a great look out of that calf standing there in sixth. As we keep moving down the lineup, this black calf I think certainly can give you a good look, and I like his feet and leg structure at the surface. He's got more than enough dimension from up above. His neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder. I wish for his added frame and length of body he had just a bit more turn to the base of his rib cage. I wish we could offset his proportions from his chest back into his heart and forerib, but up high I think that one can give you an awfully good look. The gray steer's powerful, shapely, got that lean cutability look when you get right in behind him. I think we just need to reconstruct him in terms of his basic skeleton and set him back in these angles, see him hook up a bit stronger right in behind his shoulder. The red steer that comes here next, one that's got a big set of feet and legs underneath of him. He's long-bodied and level out through his hip. With that, he's getting just a little bit plainer, more stale to the touch up high, starting to wash out over his loin. Because of that, here from a 3/4 shot, he also doesn't really hook up quite as neat right in behind his shoulder. The red steer's a bit more of the same, powerful, no doubt. Got plenty of stoutness of feature. Need to see him handled just a bit fresher up high. The gray steer's one that I like in terms of his fresh touch and feel. I think one that you really appreciate right there out of the backside of his shoulder. He doesn't put it all together with near as much look here from the side. I'd like to see him get out and go with a bit more confidence and athleticism out of his hip and hind leg. The black steer's one that I like in terms of just his flexibility, the way this young man gets his front end shown out of him, but a calf that just is out horsed today right there through his center body when you get right in behind the cattle. Good class there. I think certainly a nice top trio. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 9 ABC Steers. First in that class is Forrest Hubbard of Friendswood FFA. Second is Kendall Copeland of Live Oak County 4-H. Third is Trinity Larned of Burnett FFA. Fourth is Eli Rankin of Atascosa County 4-H. Fifth is Luke Kalina of Tom Green County 4-H. Sixth is Parker Wilson of Waller FFA. Seventh is Maddie Riley of Marion FFA. Eighth is Brody Newbern of Bullard FFA. Ninth is Bailey Fudge of Karn City FFA. 10th is Avery Rongi of Royal FFA. 11th in that class is Addie Winburn. 12th is Caleb Olfers of Gillespie County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 10 ABC Steers. Also, we have found a cell phone in the girls' bathroom. It's a pretty new phone. I might keep it for myself. It's got a Harry Potter quote on the back of it, and Caleb with a heart beside it has texted you. So we need to get that up here at the announcer stand. If that is your phone, come claim it at this time. This is your first call, Class 11 ABC Steers. First call, Class 11 ABC Steers. This is your second call for Class 11 ABC Steers. Second call for Class 11 ABC Steers. This is your third call for Class 11. Third call for Class 11 ABC Steers.
Well, I think the heat keeps coming here in our ABCs and a good set of cattle that we have on both sides of the ring. Just again, as you've heard me say over and over again, some minor things on this side of the ring that I think maybe get some of these cattle tripped up, but a good set as a whole. The calf at the front of the lineup, I think proportions correctly, maybe just not near as out there in terms of his look. This black steer's got a big old thick rear end on him and a lot of top side shape. I think his pieces read good. Just the way he carries his top line today isn't quite going to work to move him on the other side of the ring. This gray steer's got a good running gear underneath of him. I like his shape and dimension from up above. Just a bit plainer in terms of his appearance from his shoulders forward and how he comes down into his chest. I wish we could take his shape just a bit deeper into his lower stifle and quarter. That Baldy steer that is turning around right now, that one is awfully good looking. Just like to see a bit more dimension when you get right in behind him. Good set here. Thanks to all these kids for coming out here and showing today.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together as these exhibitors exit the arena for their efforts out here today. This is your last call for Class 11 ABC steers. Last call for Class 11 ABC steers. Just a few friendly reminders. If you make the sale here today and you're not a breed champion or reserve breed champion, make sure that you get those steers to the truck as soon as possible after the conclusion of your class.
Awesome class to sort through, especially here on the top end. A calf that continually just stands out is this Baldy, and one that I think from the ground up, just his foot size and shape and comfort built into his lower ankles, and still as attractive as he is in his hip and hind leg, really separates him amongst the calves in 2 and 3. And then to still have that kind of body shape and dimension from up above is something that, again, I'm drawn to. A calf that I think, in terms of his basic proportions, his neck comes high, he remains collected in his top line, he's long and level out through his hip. A calf that I think certainly puts a lot of neat things together. There's a bit of debate between 2 and 3, and that's because the calf in third probably goes just a bit more comfortably out of his hip and hind leg. But this calf in second on the stand I think is absolutely impressive. And in terms of a fresh, firm touch up high and the way he feeds out of the backside of his shoulder, how he comes back out of his loin and hip, and to have that kind of expression is the best in this particular class. I like his look from his shoulders forward, the way that he's built in his shoulder and knee, and then his body shape. Again, a calf that as you send him into motion, he's not near as comfortable in his hock. He's just a bit shorter strided out of his hip and hind leg, but I think that's getting critical of a calf that from that aerial view or that ever-telling three-quarter shot is an absolute standout. The calf that's in third, I think you like in terms of just his basics. Underneath, that one's good-footed. He's sound structured. He's one that's on target just in terms of his body shape and finish. A calf that I think reads an easy feeding kind, just represents an easy feeding kind. And he can still give you a good look here from the side profile as you analyze him from an individual standpoint. As you compare him back to those two directly in front of him, he's just a bit more jammed up out of his front end. I'd like to tidy him up in his chest floor and lengthen him out through his hip. He's the plainest of his shape when you get right in on top of him, but I like that one's basics and the way he's built at the surface. Absolute truck stands in fourth, and I do truly appreciate this one's added dimension when you study him right there out of the backside of his shoulder and how he comes out in his upper pins and carries that down through his center stifle and lower quarter. His body shape is impressive. As you study him further, he's one that's built just a shade straighter, and as much as I appreciate his added stoutness of feature, he's just a bit coarser in his overall design. I'd like to see just a bit more length and extension out of his front end, but I really like that one, just overwhelming power when you get right in on the top side of the kettle. The calf here in fifth is one that I think you certainly appreciate. Over the calf directly in front of him, he's quite a bit longer-sided. He's got more extension from his shoulders forward, and how he's constructed out through his hip. I think he takes a fairly adequate and athletic stride out of his hip and hind leg. I think the longer you analyze him, and as much as this kid gets out of him just from a showmanship standpoint, as you send him into motion, he comes in a few more pieces. He wants to splay out up front, flatten right there in his heart and forward a bit more. He's not near as just powerful in terms of his body shape, but a long-sided, good-looking one up through his front end that goes to the ground an attractive hip and hind leg. As we continue to work down the lineup, I think we, again, see some awesome showmanship. This young lady can stick this one, and I like his added look and just his basic presence and parts here from the side profile. He's built just a shot straighter out of his front end, and he's out-horsed in terms of his body shape and dimension when you get right in on the top side of the cattle, but that one can give you an awfully good look. A stout-featured one comes here next. I like his added just foot size and the shape to his foot. He's got plenty of dimension from up above. For me, he needs to be picked up off of both ends just in terms of his overall presence. I like to tidy him up at the base of his shoulder, but a stout-featured one standing there. As we continue down the lineup, a long-bodied one that I think this young lady really shows off his greatest attributes, and that's his length and extension from his shoulders forward and his comfort at the surface. He's just a bit plainer in terms of his body shape and his dimension from up above, but I think that calf has some good pieces. Young man coming here next, long-bodied, got enough just collected top-line look and extension from his shoulders forward. He, again, wants to plane out and flatten to the base of his rib cage. Doesn't have near as much just shape when you step right in behind him. The red steer is the opposite end. I like his power. I like his shape and his dimension from up above. He's a bit rounder. I'd like to see him get out and go with just a bit more athleticism out of his hip and hind leg. The calf that comes here next, I think, is plenty sound at the surface, long level out through his hip, and has enough look from his shoulders forward. He's just a bit more general in terms of his shape when you get right on the top side of the cattle. I'd like to lengthen him out through his hip. The calf that comes here next, I think, again, one is round in terms of his body shape, one that I think doesn't have anything necessarily wrong with him, just not as many extras to move him up at the lineup. Congratulations, those kids at the top end. I think certainly an impressive class winner.
Your results from Class 10 ABC Steers. First in that class is True Schroeder from Thrall FFA. Second in that class is Victoria Fowler from Andrews FFA. Third is Cooper Ford from Westlaco FFA. Fourth is Taylor Turner of College Park FFA. Fifth is Jace Crosskoff of Pleasanton FFA. Sixth is Elia Caldwell of Atascosa County 4-H. Caldwell. Seventh is Isabella Hernandez, East Central FFA. Eighth is Brooke Wanhara of Colorado County 4-H. Ninth is Bo McBee of Wilson County 4-H. 10th is Creed Vineyard of Wise County 4-H. And 11th is Kylie Bernard of Somerset FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 11 ABC Steers. This is your first call for Class 12 ABC Steers. First call for Class 12 ABC Steers. Also, I have just gotten word that it is somebody's birthday in the arena. There's a young lady down there in hot pink. If you see Miss Rachel Simbera, please tell her happy birthday. And she does so much here for Rodeo Austin, and let me tell you, this show could not go on without her. Let's go ahead and give her a big happy birthday round of applause for Miss Rachel. This is your second call for Class 12 ABC Steers. Second call, Class 12 ABC Steers.
Awfully good set of them here in our ABCs, and a great deal of quality like we've seen in the classes that we've already been through, and I think we find that here again as we look down this lineup. Just some personal preference that are going to keep them on this side of the ring. I think a black calf there that's got plenty of look and extension from his shoulders forward and a big set of feet and legs underneath of him, just a little piecey in his transition from his shoulder back into his forward. Like to see just a bit more body shape out here today. The young lady right here about to set this calf up, I think she gets a lot of just quality out of this particular animal and look and extension from his shoulders forward. I wish he had just a bit more shape right there out of the backside of his shoulder and a bit more stoutness to the ground, but that's a good looking one there. The Baldy right there and behind, I think certainly an easy feeding kind of a steer with a big foot, plenty of flexibility, just quite a bit plainer in terms of his general shape, but certainly represents a good kind of cattle there. Thank you to all these youngsters for coming out here today, bringing us a good set of cattle.
Folks in the stands, let's go ahead and congratulate these folks exiting the arena for their efforts and dedication out here today. This is your third call for Class 12 ABC Steers. Third call for Class 12 ABC Steers. Just a friendly reminder, if you're loading up today or tomorrow, when getting your tack to your rig, please come in the same way you came in yesterday with your trailer to load everything up. Please come in the same way with your trailer as we did yesterday so that we don't have confusion and we get out the most efficient way possible. Thank you. This is your final call for Class 12. Final call for Class 12. Shannon Sanders, if you could bring your steer to the staging area.
awesome set of them here, and what I think is a standout to win this particular class. That thing is a grown man when you get right in on top of these cattle. I love the way he feeds out of the backside of his shoulder with that kind of shape and dimension, and still on target in terms of just his finish and how he handles over his 12th and 13th. His body shape is incredible. The way that he comes back out of his sternum and still proportions correctly to his midrib and rear flank, I think is absolutely impressive. And then you set him into motion. That's really where he separates himself. His comfort, his attractiveness to his lower skeleton, his basic proportions, and how he remains so good from the side. Again, I think an awfully good class winner. The calf standing here in second, I like him in terms of just his added extension from his shoulders forward, the way his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder, his added length and levelness down his top line and out through his hip, and he too goes to the ground with the right set of feet and legs and general comfort in his lower joints. A calf that by comparison back to an awfully impressive class winner. A little flatter right there in his heart and forerib, not near as busted open out of the backside of his shoulder, not near as stout featured, but an awfully good and really basic kind of a calf standing there in second. We got the captain of the Big Legs Club here in third, and that one's feet are enormous, and I love his added just stoutness of feature, and he maintains that up through his head and still collected in terms of his lines and presence here from the side profile. I think he's got more than enough dimension from up above. He's not near as shapely when you get your hands right in there on him. He's starting to plane up just a touch. I'd like to neaten him up in terms of just his hock joint. He's a little coarse for me, but a calf that's got some awfully neat pieces standing there in third. As we keep moving down the lineup, a calf here in fourth that there's no major holes in. I think he's sound. I think he's got enough body and enough true dimension from up above. Just no extras. I think he's a bit lower tying in terms of his front end. I'd like to pick him up and lengthen him up out through his hip and see just a bit more raw shape when you get right in on the top side of him. The red steer that comes here and closes out our top five. He's sound. He's good-bodied. He's got a good presence about him from the side profile. He's just been out-horsed here today right there in terms of his center body dimension, that three-quarter shot and his outward curvature to his midrib. I'd like to see just a bit more turn and dimension right there out of the backside of his shoulder and stouten him up in terms of his foot size. That's getting critical of a calf that I think really masters the basics in terms of being easy feeding and on target in terms of his structure. The black calf is big-footed, and I think it's tough here between 5 and 6 because this one's got that added stoutness of feature. He's still got more than enough shape and power from up above. He's just getting a bit mature and cresty about the top side of his neck. He doesn't have near that symmetry and just line and really quality here from the side profile, but I like his added dimension. I like his added stoutness of feature. This red steer's one that I pulled off the wall, and he continued to work up the lineup because he's fairly fault-free. I like his seamless transition from his shoulder back into his heart and forerib. He's round and bold in terms of his body shape. He's really fresh and firm to the touch up high and got a good look from his shoulders forward. He's just a bit harder bodied out here today, and he's not near as just overwhelmingly dimensional here in a class that's starting to get just a bit heavy and heavier with a bit more powerful kind of cattle. But I think on the stand, that's a calf from an individual standpoint you can really tie to. The black steer that comes out next, I think one that you like in terms of just his easy feeding look and his added shape when you step right in behind the cattle. He's got more than enough look here from the side profile and sound and comfortable on the go. Biggest thing for him to really balance up appropriately from the side is he needs to be stoutened up in terms of his feature and just pulled apart in terms of his forerib shape. But I like his shape when you get right in behind the cattle. The calf that comes here next, I think easy feeding and bold-bodied with enough just true feature and foot size. I'd just like to see a bit more look and presence there on the side profile. The calf that comes next offsets him. He's good looking, shoulders forward and shaped up when you get right in on the top side of him. Just need to see him smoother in terms of his joint work and more comfortable on the go. The calf that comes next from his shoulders back is one that I'm really drawn to. I really like this one's robust body shape and added power when you get right in behind him. He goes to the ground on a secure hind leg. I just need to set him back and see him smoother in the angle to his shoulder up front, and then I think that changes things. He can maybe move up a couple spots. The calf that comes here next, I think certainly one that's sound at the ground, more than enough dimension from an industry standpoint. I think he still proportions fairly good here from the side profile. To move up any higher today, I think you need see a few more extras, see him just a bit bolder right there in his center body dimension. Good class there. I think an absolutely standout class winner.
Coming into the ring now is Class 12 ABC Steers. We need Fisher Hubbard out of Class 11 ABCs, fourth place out of that class, to go ahead and run back to the backdrop and get your picture taken. Fisher Hubbard back to the backdrop. Thank you. Just a friendly reminder, when you're loading out tack, please come in the same way you came in yesterday. When unloading your tack, please come in the same way you came in yesterday. This is your first call for Class 13 Black AOB steers. First call for Class 13 Black AOB steers.
Last class of ABCs here, and a great deal of quality from start to finish. As we look back and down this lineup, a few cattle that I think maybe you'd like to freshen up just in terms of their appearance, maybe the way that their condition is laying on them at this stage of the game. I think this star-headed calf is built nice. He's easy feeding, one that's got enough dimension from up above. He's that kind of calf that I just like to freshen up and harden up in terms of his look ever so slightly. But I think a lot of good in that animal there. Young lady in the corner, I think shoulders back. That calf's got a big, fresh back in him, big pin set, goes to the ground on an attractive, secure hind leg up front. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee, see him just a bit bolder right there in his heart and forerib. The calf right here on the corner, young man with the lid, I think a good-looking one with plenty of extension from his shoulders forward, long and level down his top line and out through his hip. Like to power him up in terms of his body shape ever so slightly. I think the red calf here on the end, one that's good in terms of his basics. He's big-footed. He's comfortable in terms of his angles, enough depth of body and that easy feeding look. Just like to see a bit more eye appeal there from the side profile. Thanks to all these kids for coming out here and showing today. I thought they did a great job.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all these ABC exhibitors exiting the arena for their hard work and dedication out here today.
I think an awesome class to close out our ABCs, and I think impressive. Comes in a lot of different shapes and sizes, and when you can make a calf weigh this much and still not look old and stale, I think that's impressive. And this animal that we used to win this particular class is all of that and in spades. I love his foot size and shape and his comfort at the surface. That one easily in this class is the most collected in terms of his lines, still fresh in terms of just his appearance here from the side profile as well as to the touch. A calf that is really on target in terms of just his body shape. As you get right in on top of him, he's still got just a fresh, firm touch to him. Again, I think an awfully nice place to start here in this particular class. With a calf that certainly has a lot of quality. The calf comes in second, and 2 and 3 are a bit more close to me personally. A calf that comes in second that's just a bit smoother from his transition shoulder back into his forb. A calf that's honestly a little safer grading. I think one that does truly open up with just a bit more topside spread, and an animal that certainly gets out and goes with a great deal of comfort off of both ends of his skeleton. He's maybe just a bit more general in terms of his hind leg set. He's got a bit more set to his hock versus his pastern. A calf that for me I'd like to see just neatened up or maybe hardened up in terms of his shape up high. He's not just quite as firm or square to his edges, but an awfully nice animal standing there in second that really masters the basics. The calf in third is interesting, and I think an animal from behind him is as absolutely square and big pinned as you could find him in this class. He's got a ton of just shape and raw dimension right there through his center stifle and lower quarter. When she gets him pulled together right here, that is a deadly look. His extension up through his front end, his length of body, his freshness of lines, I think stands out in this particular class. When he takes off and goes, he breaks in behind his shoulder just a bit. A calf that is assembled, a shot straighter off of both ends. And what's a bit concerning to me is to be this heavy and still honestly not be market ready, in my opinion, when you handle him back over his 12th and 13th. But an absolutely impressive animal just in terms of raw meat animal shape and a good look there from the side. The calf that comes in fourth, again, one that I like in terms of his body shape. His transition shoulder back into his forward to still open up the way that he does is impressive. I think a calf that has more than enough dimension from up above. He probably actually looks his best when he takes off and goes because everything comes together. He still remains collected. By comparison to those cattle directly ahead of him, he's not quite as expressive when you get right in behind the cattle. He's not quite as attractive in terms of his lower skeleton out of his hip and hind leg, but a good kind of an animal there standing in fourth. The one that comes in fifth is kind of the cutability animal in this particular set. I like his just raw dimension from up above. I like that one's round body type, one that to me has the right kind of feet and legs underneath of him in terms of his skeletal build. He's just a bit piecey in terms of his overall appearance outside of that. I'd like to neaten him up at the point of his shoulder, collect him in his top line, and just pick him up in his pin set. When he gets it all pulled together right there, that one gives you a good look. I like his fresh, firm handle. As we keep moving down the lineup, the Baldy's one that I think outside of needing a shot more body, that one puts a lot of good things together. He's sound, he's big backed, he's big pinned, he's got enough look from his shoulders forward. Again, just need to see a bit more boldness down to the base of his rib cage and as he fills back into his rear rib and flank to make that picture all come together. The red Baldy here that comes next gives you an awfully cool look here from the side. His neck comes directly out of the top of his shoulder with a great deal of extension. I like the way he's built down his top line and out through his hip. He's loose right there in his center spine, and I think that's what helps him still reach adequately off of both ends from that ever-telling three-quarter shot. He's got a bit more shoulder than what I'd like to see. He wants to flatten right there to his heart and forward. He doesn't have just near as much true power as you study him down into his center stifle in the lower quarter, but certainly one that's got some neat pieces. The gray steer's powered up. I like his dense body shape, his stoutness a feature to the surface. He never really wanted to cooperate until right here at the end, but I do think that one legitimately needs to go to the ground with a bit more flexibility. A calf that you'd like to neaten up in terms of where his chest sits in him. As we keep moving down, we got a brindle steer here. It's stout featured as he goes to the ground, collecting in his top line. Just like to see him get out and go with a bit more flexibility off of both ends. A calf that comes here next, certainly one that I like in terms of just his basic flexibility underneath. I think one that certainly you like in terms of just his look from his shoulders forward. I'd like to power him up in terms of his body shape. I'd like to see a bit more expression when you get right in on top of him. The black and white calf is interesting, and I think certainly one you appreciate for just his length from the side, his stoutness to the ground. He's got enough dimension right there to the backside of his shoulder. He just wants to play out down through his center stifle and lower quarter. I'd like to see him fuller right there in his heart and forward. The calf that closes, sound, comfortable, big-bodied. I think certainly from an industry standpoint does a lot of things right. I'd like to see it all come together with just a bit more presence there from side profile. Awfully nice class there. Certainly a good class winner.
Your results from Class 12 ABC Steers. First in that class is Hayton Sides of Comanche FFA. Second is Savannah Lindgren of Travis County 4-H. Third is Aubrey Garcia of Brock FFA. Fourth is Michaela Perez of Divine FFA. Fifth is Bradley Muth of Floresville FFA. Sixth is Chrissy Feller of Canyon Lake FFA. Seventh is Gentry Chisholm of Hale County 4-H. Eighth is Spencer Atkins of Plainview FFA. Ninth is Shannon Sanders of Roscoe FFA. 10th is Tatum Bales of Midland County 4-H. 11th is Weston Eisenhower of Atascosa County 4-H. And 12th is Cooper Swaim of Toller FFA. Coming into the ring now is your class champions from the ABC division. Here for your ABC drive out of Class 8, leading the pack out of Class 8, first in that class is Allie Thane of Guadalupe County 4-H. Coming out of Class 9, first in that class is Forrest Hubbard of Friendswood FFA. Your champion out of Class 10 is True Schroeder of Thrall FFA. Your Class 11 champion is Jayden Myers of O'Donnell FFA. And your Class 12 champion is Hayton Sides of Comanche FFA. Following them is out of Class 8, second in that class is Duke Grosky from McLennan County 4-H. Out of Class 9, second is Kendall Copeland out of Live Oak County 4-H. Second out of Class 10 is Victoria Fowler from Andrews FFA. Out of Class 11, is Carson Stone of Taylor County 4-H, and rounding out the drive from Class 12, second in that class is Savannah Lindgren of Travis County 4-H. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for an awesome ABC drive out here today. Also, if we could get Demi Carter to make your way to the staging area with your black AOB. Demi Carter to the staging area.
Well, if you would, please, everybody in the stands, put your hands together for all of our exhibitors out here in the ABCs. An awesome set of cattle, great set of kids doing an awesome job getting these things shown kind of in the thick of the afternoon. Man, has there been a lot of good ones. A lot of diversity like you'd expect here as these things break out in the ABCs, but a great deal of quality regardless of your type and kind. I think there's stuff out here that you can certainly tie to. And it all started right there in Class 1. And a calf that regardless of size, I think that one's basic build and design is awfully good. He goes to the ground comfortable and attractive. I like his body shape, his freshness, the way he's built down his top line and out through his hip. Maybe not just the most youthful from his shoulders forward, but that calf does a lot of things awfully good. We got a bit more of a freak show coming out of Class 2, and I'm not discounting him for that. I actually like it. I love his look, his extension from his shoulders forward, his powerful body type, and just added expression and firm touch as you analyze him down his top line right there to the backside of his shoulder. He goes to the ground on a big set of feet and legs. He's probably not quite as soft-legged as some of these other ones out here, but man, does that one give you a cool look there from the profile. The Baldy's one that I think you're drawn to just in terms of his attractiveness attractive, comfortable skeleton. His easy feeding look right there from the side profile. One that I think she gets a great just presence there from the side up through his front 1/3. The way he's assembled out there through his hip and going to the ground is awfully attractive. He's maybe not just the most pried apart or square to his edges as some of these other cattle, but more than enough dimension when you get right in on top of him. And I think that calf does a lot of things awfully good. The calf that comes out of this next class, to me, is awfully good. And he's impressive in terms of what he puts together. To be that neat about his shoulder and come back the way he does into that kind of body shape is impressive. From up above, to be that tidy to the top side of his shoulder and still open back with that kind of dimension is impressive. He goes to the ground comfortably. He puts it all together with a killer look. I think a calf that certainly does a lot of things right. And then the steer right there out of that last class, he's big. I'm not going to argue that he's pretty good size, but I think relative to for being kind of out of that big, heavy class, he doesn't look like a big, old, mature one. He's soft-structured. He's still got enough youthfulness from his shoulders forward. He's still fairly fresh and firm to the touch and has the right kind of dimension and squareness when you get right in behind him. Again, a calf that does a lot of things right. If you would, please, go ahead and put your hands together one more time for all these exhibitors. There's one out here that I think is an absolute hammer. I'm going to go ahead and select him champion.
And your champion ABC steer goes to Miss Jayton Myers of O'Donnell FFA.
We pull that second back up here. And again, one, as I talked in class, I think in terms of the basics, really follows that class winner. He's sound structured. He's good in terms of his foot size and shape. I like his fresh body type. I think one that still gives you a quality look here from the side profile. There's others out here that take it maybe just a step further. Again, there's one calf out here that I like an awful lot just in terms of his presence and proportions here from the side profile, the way that he's built at the surface. This calf out of Class 3 is going to be reserved.
And your reserve ABC steer of Rodeo Austin is Miss True Schroeder from Thrall FFA. Let's go ahead and congratulate all these ABC exhibitors out here today. Just a few friendly reminders. If you are a breed or reserve breed champion that needs to go back to the surveillance testing, make sure that you have either a 4-H or FFA leader or a parent with you. Make sure that you have a 4-H or FFA leader or a parent with you. Also, make sure that we are wearing our mask here in the ring. All exhibitors must be wearing a mask in the ring. Coming into the ring now is Class 13 Black AOB Steers. Class 13 Black AOB Steers. This is your first call for Class 14 AOB Steers. Class 14 Black AOB Steers.
Really a nice set of them here to kick off our first class of black steers, and certainly some good, obviously, on that side of the ring. I pulled quite a few of them. I think some nice cattle still remaining on this side. The calf that starts off there, I think certainly one that's good-bodied with enough shape from up above. Like to stouten him up in his feature. We got kind of a line of them in here. I wish had just a bit more body to balance up appropriately. The next one, I think he needs to have just a tad more shape. We got a few cattle in here. Maybe don't balance up just perfect, but enough dimension from an industry standpoint. A calf with big pieces there in the black and white one, just need to see him reassembled out of his front end, and then some cattle that I wish just went a bit better out of their hip and hind legs, but certainly as a grand whole, I think a lot of quality still on this side of the ring. Thank you to these young folks for coming out here and showing today.
Let's go ahead and show our support for all these folks exiting the arena at this time for their hard work and dedication here at Rodeo Austin. This is your second call for Class 14 Black AOB steers. Second call for Class 14 Black AOB steers. This is your final call for Class 14 Black AOB steers. Final call for Class 14 Black AOB steers. Rowdy Ramage from Farwell FFA, we need your steer to the staging area.
Good pair of them here up top on the first class of blacks. And I think never really a question on where to start. A calf that, without question, has the most just correct skeleton. A calf that I think in terms of his balance and symmetry, his freshness, the way that he's put together here today and his body shape and how he feeds right there out of the backside of his shoulder elevates him to the top of this particular class. He's not the absolute stoutest featured one that I've ever seen, but I think it matches. Everything makes sense on this particular calf. I think certainly a nice place to start. The calf in second is not cooperating at all, and there'll come a day whenever this young man gets to tell his grandkids about how he backed his way into second place at Austin with a calf that I think does a lot of things right. He's the other one that's right in terms of his feet and legs. I like his round body shape, his outward curvature to his midrib, his look up through his front end, and just that show steer appearance about his front 1/3. That one's got a lot of true dimension working down the top side of his skeleton. He's not quite as full right there in his heart and forerib. I wish he was just a bit more dimensional back into his rear rib and flank, but a calf that does a lot of things right standing there in second. On the stand, I like this 1 1/3. I love how easy feeding he is right there through his midrib, his added dimension from up above, his stoutness a feature to the surface, and for maybe being just a shot more mature, I still think he proportions correctly here from the side profile. A calf, as you send him into motion, I think he needs to get out and go with just a bit more athleticism and comfort out of his hip and hind leg. A calf that I would like to tidy up his shoulder and where his chest sits in him up front, see him just a bit neater to the top side of his neck to move up any higher today. The calf that comes in fourth in terms of his basics is awfully good. I like his big foot underneath of him, his comfort as he goes to the ground. He's got enough body, enough mass from up above. By comparison to those cattle in front of him, he's not quite as bold-bodied. He's not quite as square right there out of the backside of his shoulder. And I'd like to see just a bit of a more fresh-appearing look from his shoulders forward and tidy him up in his chest forward. But again, feet and legs, depth of body, enough dimension from up above from an industry standpoint. A nice calf standing there in fourth. The calf that comes here in fifth, I think in terms of just meat animal shape, might be as good as any of them in this particular class. As you study him right there to the backside of his shoulder, he opens up awfully big in terms of his back shape, how he comes back over his loin and carries that out through his hip. He's so bold in terms of his body shape and the way he comes right there to the backside of his shoulder that I'm certainly drawn to that. He's not near as confident in terms of his movement out of his hip and hind leg. He's so heavy muscled and balled up, he just doesn't want to take off and go, but a powerful kind of a calf standing there in fifth. The Baldy's one that continually worked up, and a calf that I like in terms of his basic build out of his hip and hind leg, his dimension and shape from up above. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee just a touch and see a bit more turn right there to the base of his rib cage to move up any higher. But the basics in terms of his hip and hind leg attractiveness and his body shape from up above are awfully good on that particular calf. The one that rolls out here next on the other end of the spectrum in terms of just having that easy feeding look right there through his midrib. He's comfortable off of both ends with enough feature. A calf that I think is just a bit mature, a bit past his end point in terms of his appearance from his shoulders forward. I think if you tidy him up in those areas, that calf has a lot of good that you can truly appreciate. The more brown tinge one that comes here next, neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder. He's got a powerful rib cage in him with more than enough just squareness and dimension from behind. He never wants to just kick back in his shoulder. He's kind of constantly leaning forward, really throws off his balance out here today. Outside of that one area, that calf has a lot of good. The one that rolls here next, I think in terms of the basics of being sound, being good-bodied, having enough dimension, that calf does it very, very well. He's just a bit plainer everywhere. I'd like to see a bit more look, pick him up off of both ends in terms of the way he's assembled. The calf that comes here next, again, one in terms of an attractive hip and hind leg and shape from up above. I like that calf an awful lot. I like to tidy him up at the point of his shoulder, see him just a bit more juvenile in terms of his look from his shoulders forward and fill back into his rear rib and flank a bit more to truly balance up out here today. The calf that comes next is handles like a show sheep up high. He's got a fresh turn. He's got a good firm touch. A calf that really has a lot of squareness when you get right in behind the cattle, and I love his stoutness, a feature that he goes to the ground with. For being one of the bigger frame calves out here, I'd like to see some added body to really offset it and make things balance up. The calf that closes is one that's good in terms of his rib cage. I think he's sound enough. I think he's got enough dimension, just a bit frailer featured, a bit rounder in terms of the way that he's designed, but certainly a good-bodied, easy feeding kind of a calf. Good class there. I think certainly a nice top pair.
All righty, your results from Class 13 in the Black AOB division. First in that class is Austin Hines. Second is Co Stomp from Lampasas County 4-H. Third is Emma Coetzer from Lavernia FFA. Fourth is Kipton Rouse from Karnes County 4-H. Fifth is Connor Bartz from Bastrop County 4-H. Sixth is Kay Covington from Roby FFA. Seventh is Dylan McCutcheon from Prosper FFA. Eighth in that class is Broden Fudge from Karnes City FFA. Ninth is Laurel Krautz from Clayburgh County 4-H. 10th in that class is Blake Johnson from Paradise FFA. 11th is Kirsten Hieselmeyer from Williamson County 4-H. And 12th in that class is Logan Kinsey from Lockhart FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 14 Black AOB Steers. This is your first call for Class 15 Black AOBs. First call for Class 15 Black AOBs. Also, as our judge sorts through Class 14 Black AOBs, we just need to have a friendly reminder that 6th place in this class will need to be in the surveillance testing. 6th place in this class will be surveillance testing. This is your second call for Class 15 Black AOB steers. Second call for Class 15 Black AOB steers.
Boy, it just keeps coming here in these black crossbreds and a great deal of quality. As we look back down this lineup, we got a good set of them. A calf that stands in that second hole, really big-footed, gives you a good look. Like to neaten him up just in terms of his joints and his shoulder to keep him back in here today, but a good kind of a calf. As we keep working down the lineup, the young lady right here has one that's so close. I think he's good in his body shape. I like his dimension from up above. From an individual standpoint, I think he still does proportion out correctly. As you compare him to the cattle that make it to this side of the ring, he's just a bit frailer. I like to lengthen him out in terms of just his overall presence there from the side profile, but an awfully nice calf there. The one standing there in the corner, I think one from his shoulders back, you like just his powerful body shape and dimension from up above. He's assembled just a bit straighter off of both ends. I'd like to neaten him up in his chest floor and see him just a bit more immature. I think, again, as we keep going down the line, we got one there second from the end, big-bodied. I think has more than enough dimension from up above. He's starting to weaken in his top line, get just a bit plainer in terms of his overall composition and handle. But all in all, I think certainly a nice set of them, and appreciate these kids bringing these cattle out here today.
Let's go ahead and congratulate all these exhibitors leaving the arena for their time and efforts they have put into these projects today. This is your final call for Class 15 Black AOB steers to the staging area. Final call for Class 15 Black AOB steers to the staging area. Just a quick reminder, we all need to be wearing our mask in this facility. If you're not wearing a mask now, please get one or please put one on. Thank you. Especially in the ring.
I think this top trio is awfully nice, and the top pair, I think, certainly has some good debate back and forth. The Brockle face or Motley face one is a calf right there. When he stops and puts it all together, that's how I like to see him. He has some added foot size. I love just his comfort and his angles at the surface. One that is just a bit bolder and deeper right there back into his rear rib and flank, and he's still the neater chested of the two cattle. One that takes his neck just a touch higher with a bit more extension. He's collected down his top line and out through his hip. From behind, he probably doesn't have near as much just expression right there in his center stifle or as he goes down to his lower quarter, but he's the bigger backed of the two steers that start off here in our top pair. That one right there, when he stops and throws his head up, gives you an awfully good look. The calf that comes here in second is one that I like. He's just a bit fresher and firmer to the touch. A calf, as you step right behind the cattle, certainly has a bit more pin width, takes his added expression right down there through his center stifle and lower quarter with just a bit more pop. A calf that still gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends with enough just stoutness of feature, look, and presence. By comparison, back to our class winner, he's a deeper chested option that doesn't have near as much turn and just robust shape down to the base of his rib cage. I'd like to see his neck naturally come a touch higher to the top side of his shoulder. The calf that comes in third is awfully good, and I think if you study him kind of from his hock up, that's a calf you like an awful lot. He's round and bold bodied. He's got a good show steer look from his shoulders forward. He's got a big fresh back in him, and he takes that back out to an awfully nice pin set. Calf, as you work your way down, he's just a bit frailer. He's just a bit straighter, and I think that's enough in an awfully good top trio to keep him in third. But I like an awful lot of things about that white-legged calf standing right there. As we keep going down the lineup, a painted up steer that certainly continually works up the line. I like his look and extension from his shoulders forward. He's sound and comfortable. He's big-footed. He's got a fresh turn working right there out of the backside of his shoulder, and he's bold right there in terms of his body shape. I wish he had a bit more sweep back into his rear rib and flank just to make everything balance up a bit more appropriately. He is just a touch frailer when you analyze him in comparison back to those two that start off here in our class, and maybe just a touch flatter right there in his heart and forward. But from there on back, he's round-bodied. He's one that's got a big, fresh turn up high. A calf that comes out here next from his shoulders back I like. And the longer he's out here, he's starting to break down a bit. But that one is huge in terms of his rib cage. I love just his turn and shape from up above. He still gets out and goes comfortably out of his hip and hind leg. And his look from his shoulders forward is good. We got to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee and see him just hit truer in terms of his base width up front. Outside of that one area, that calf gives you an awfully good look. Old big legs here. I like this one's foot size and stoutness of feature. That one still has a big square pin set, and I think certainly one that can give you a good look from an individual standpoint. One that's just a touch more mature in terms of his appearance from his shoulders forward. He is just a bit plainer in terms of his handle as you get him right there out of the backside of his shoulder and handle him back over his 12th and 13th. That calf is starting to plane up a bit, but some good pieces. As we keep moving down over here, we got a calf coming next that I think certainly you like in terms of just real-world perspective. He's sound, he's big-bodied, he's got enough dimension. He's starting to plane up just a bit, and he's the softest handling here in this particular lineup. But I think, again, some good just real-world value in that particular calf right there. The baldy or spot-headed one that comes here next, I like that one's just fresh shape, and it's especially right there over his loin, how square he comes to his edges, how good he is in terms of his hip and hind leg. A calf right here, too, that I need to set back in the angle to his shoulder and knee and tidy him up in terms of his chest floor to make everything really balance up appropriately here today. A calf here that I think if you could swap him in terms of his proportions, you could really appreciate his attractive hip and hind leg and show steer look up through his neck and head. A calf that just has too much chest relative to cutting back up into his flank. The calf that comes out next, sound, big-bodied, more than enough dimension from an industry standpoint. Just need to see him shaped up a bit more as you study him from up above. Like to see him go to the ground with just a bit more stoutness of feature. The calf that comes behind him is on the opposite end of the spectrum. As much stoutness of feature, as much true dimension and shape from up above as what you could find in one. Like to see all those pieces come together just a bit smoother here today. Like to tidy him up about his shoulder and chest. See him get out and go with just a bit more athleticism out of his hip and hind leg. Awfully nice class there. Certainly a good top pair. Congratulations.
Your results from Class 14, Black AOB Steers. First in that class is Scarlett Akins from Plainview FFA. Second is Jacqueline Aldridge from Parker County 4-H. Third is Peyton Harborth from Marion FFA. Fourth is John Sturt from Scurry County 4-H. Fifth is Kipton Wallace from Carnes County 4-H. Sixth is Porter Winburn from Palo Pinto County 4-H. Seventh is Taylor Sulick from Lake Travis FFA. Eighth is Rowdy Ramage from Farwell FFA. Ninth is Tony Lowen from Wellman Union FFA. 10th is Bethany Hyman of Stockdale FFA. And 11th is Caitlin Nix of Midland County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 15 Black AOB Steers. Also, just a friendly reminder, if you are wanting to put a calf on the truck, and those trucks are actually going to be out today for the rest of the day, so if you can wait till tomorrow, that would be awesome. If you could wait till tomorrow to put your calf on the truck, that would be awesome. Thank you. This is your first call for Class 16 Black AOB Steers. First call for Class 16 Black AOB Steers to the staging area. This is your first call, or second call for Class 16 Black AOB steers. Second call for Class 16 Black AOB steers. This is your third call for Class 16 Black AOB steers. Third call for Class 16 Black AOB steers.
Well, I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but I think the heat keeps coming, and looking forward to sorting through this side of the ring here in a second, because I think there's a great deal of quality. As we look back down this lineup, I think a good set of cattle. Young man right here directly in front of me has one with a ton of shape and power from up above. I think a calf that proportions correctly here from the side. I'd like to see him just a bit softer in the way he goes to the ground, see him just a bit more confident in terms of the way he sets down off those rear two. Calf directly behind him, big-bodied. I think plenty sound enough. A calf that I think just needs a bit more shape when you study him right there through his center stifle and lower quarter. The way he's built from up above, he's just a bit more general to the touch, but certainly a nice animal. As we keep moving down the lineup, I think a young lady here, shoulders back, big-bodied, stout-featured one, just a bit more mature in terms of his overall appearance. All in all, I think certainly a good set of cattle. Sure do appreciate those kids coming out here and showing their steers.
As these kiddos exit the ring, let's go ahead and show our support for an awesome group of kiddos that have worked very hard with their projects throughout this year. Just a friendly reminder for tomorrow, for the Grand Drive selection, we will have that 30 minutes after we select the champion AOC. We will have that Grand Drive 30 minutes after we select the champion AOC tomorrow. This is your final call for Class 16 Black AOBs. Final call for Class 16 Black AOBs. Also, a friendly reminder, all the trucks are full today, so if you're planning on putting a calf on the truck and haven't done so already, if you could hold on tomorrow, that would be awesome. Thank you. Just a small clarification on the trucks. If you're looking to put a calf on the truck, you need to care for that calf until tomorrow. Please do not leave a calf in the barn unattended. So if you want to put that calf on the truck tomorrow, you need to stay here till tomorrow and take care of that calf tonight. Thank you.
Nice class here. I don't know if there's one that maybe just immediately grabs you like we've had in a few of those other classes, but both these I think are extremely high quality. The longer they're out here, I think the more that this calf that I used to win just has the clear advantages in terms of a bit more presence and youthfulness from his shoulders forward. A calf that's so bold in his body shape. I love that one's handle up high, right there back over his shoulder. A calf that certainly has more than enough just pin width and dimension as you go to the ground. A calf that I like in terms of just his stoutness of feature. He's got a really attractive skeleton underneath of him, maybe at times almost a little hammer-legged, but I think it actually on the stand really pulls everything together, gives him some strong lines and attractiveness of skeleton. A calf that's not the absolute deepest back into his flank. I wish we could fill him back in there a bit more just from a balance and symmetry standpoint. Everything else makes sense on that calf. I think an awfully nice place to start. The calf that comes here in second does have just a bit more of an easy feeding look back into his rear rib and flank. A calf that I think still plenty adequate in terms of his skeletal design, the way that he gets out and goes off of both ends and has more than enough dimension from up above. I think as you study him to his crest and then up through his head, you see a bit more maturity. And from there back, I think his handle suggests the same thing. He's just a bit plainer to the touch. He's not near as square and just shapely to his edges, but a sound, comfortable kind of a calf that certainly gives you a good look here from the side profile in the grand scheme of things. The Baldy calf that comes here next is one that I like for just his strong top line, his power from up above, a calf that gives you a good look from his shoulders forward. Biggest thing on him is he's built just a touch straighter off of both ends. I'd like to pick him up in his pin set ever so slightly when he takes off and goes. He wants to duck just a bit in that regard. But I think a calf that in terms of the remainder of his top line and his shape from up above and look from his shoulders forward, that calf can certainly put a lot of good things together. The one that comes next is a freak show. And I don't know necessarily where you want to stand on this particular calf, but he's got some neat pieces. His neck comes directly out of the top side of his shoulder with just a killer look. I like his true power from up above. He's got a big pin set in him and one that certainly in terms of general presentation and skin and hair sets the standard in this particular class. I wish he transitioned from his shoulder back into his forerib just a touch neater. I wish he carried that power that he had from up above a bit deeper into his stifle and lower quarter out here today. All in all, I think a calf that gives you a pretty wild look there from side profile. You make the decision on whether or not you like it. The calf that comes here next, sound and comfortable on the go. I think an easy feeding kind, one that represents just a good kind of cattle here. He's got more than enough dimension. I think he still balances up appropriately by comparison to those cattle that maybe have a few more extras there on up. I'd like to neaten him up in his chest floor, see just a bit more shape right there in terms of his outward curvature to his body and a bit more turn right there in his center stifle. As we keep going down the lineup, we got just an absolute powerhouse coming out next, and one that from up above, just so square and opened up in terms of his general design, the way that he comes back out through his hip and power through the upper portion of his rib cage. I think a calf that you like for his stoutness of feature to the surface. He's a bit more of a low rider. I wish he had just a bit more length and extension throughout, up through his front end and then back out through his hip. I wish he took just a touch longer, more athletic stride out of his hind leg, but I think a calf that you truly got to appreciate for just those power parts that he has. The calf that comes next is one that continually worked up because he's sound, he's good-bodied, he's one that's got enough dimension from up above. I think as you compare him to those cattle that work right there in front of him, he's just a bit plainer in his overall design. I wish we could stouten him up in terms of his feature at the surface and see just a bit more turn right there out of the backside of his shoulder to move up any higher, but a good kind of cattle there. The one that rolls out next, a bit more like we had there a couple calves ago, powerful from up above, stout feature, just need to change up his balance and symmetry from the side. The Baldy has more than enough dimension from up above and takes a long, comfortable stride out of his hip and hind leg. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee and tidy him up in his chest floor. The calf that rolls out next, big-footed, sound-structured, just getting a bit plain and past his end point in terms of just his look and appearance, as well as when you get your hands on him. The calf that comes out next, I think, has additional look and just presence up through his front end. I think as you get right in behind him, he wants to flatten right there through his center stifle and lower quarter. A calf, I think you need to set back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. All in all, I think certainly a nice class and a nice top pair.
All righty, your results from Class 15, Black AOB Steers. First in that class is Cooper Wahey from Wilson County 4-H. Second is Evan Adams from Lamar County 4-H. Third is Ashley Carlson from Death Smith County 4-H. Fourth is Bailey Page from Wellington FFA. Fifth is Samuel Belt from Coryell County 4-H. 6th is Tyler Chase from Hockley County 4-H. 7th is Cass Pape from Marion FFA. 8th is Alexandra Thomas from East Central FFA. 9th is Braden Wilford from East Central FFA. 10th is Colton Eisenhower from Atascosa County 4-H. And 11th is Allison Godino from Brown County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 16 Black AOB Steers. Just a friendly reminder, after the conclusion of the champion AOC steer is selected tomorrow, we will take 30 minutes and then we will have your grand drive. So 30 minutes after the champion AOC steer is selected tomorrow, we will have your grand drive. Also, if you have been breed champion or reserve breed champion today, will you please come see me up here at the announcer stand? I need to get a little information from you about yourself. So if any breed champion or reserve breed champion today could come see me at the announcer's stand.
We come here to our last class of these black crossbreds, and I think what's been impressive all day is how good these big, heavy classes have been. I know we kind of have the tail end of the money weight here, but there's a lot of big cattle out here that do things right. I think as you look back across this lineup, that calf standing in that second hole, he's so close to coming over on this side. I think on the stand, you're drawn to that one's body shape and his back, and just turn as you get right in behind the cattle. You send him into motion. He's just a bit frailer and just a bit more rigid than what I'd like to see off those rear two, but a calf that I think certainly puts a lot of good things together. As we keep working down the lineup, we got a calf right here that I think in general terms gives you a good look. I wish he went with just a bit more flexibility when we turn him loose. A calf that I wish had just a bit more turn and pop in terms of his handle from up above. A calf right there in the corner got some neat pieces. Neck comes high, got a big pin set, a big back working in him. Just a little piecey out here today. I'd like to trim him up in his chest floor, see him transition from his shoulder back into his forerib just a bit neater. As we look back across the remainder of this lineup, again, I think certainly a good set of cattle. Young man's got a good-looking one right there. It just needs to go a bit better. All in all, a great set of cattle. Let's give these kids a round of applause and thank them for coming out here today.
Let's go ahead and congratulate all these individuals on a Class 16 Black AOB steers exiting the arena now for their hard work and effort out here today. Again, if you have been a breed champion or reserve breed champion, please come see me up at the announcer stand. All breed champions and reserve breed champions, please come see me at the announcer stand.
Hey, this drop trio right here is awfully good, and we're just on the short side of 400, I think well within bounds. We got 3 of them out here that are awfully nice. And the one that I used to win, I think of the set of powerfully constructed stout steers, that one comes with the most probably me look. A calf that takes his neck higher to the top side of his shoulder. He's quite a bit more youthful in terms of his front end. A calf that I think in terms of his basic skeletal correctness and the way that he goes with that additional athleticism, I think is what truly separates him here in this particular class. One that's really bold in terms of his body shape and still the neatest about his shoulder. One that has plenty of true power from up above, and I think certainly just gets out and goes, as I said, with the most true just comfort and authority off of both ends. I'd almost like to pick his tail head up in him just a touch to make everything kind of come to a square point right there out through his hip, but I think that's a very minor criticism on an awfully good calf. I think 2 and 3 are a bit more alike than they are different. The calf that comes in second, to me, is just a bit more athletic in terms of his movement. He's a bit more comfortable off of both ends. A calf that, although I'd like to neaten him up in his shoulder, I think he's the upgrade between the two. A calf, for me, just has a bit more length and extension as you study him both from his shoulders forward and from his hook bones back. A powerful kind of a calf that certainly has enough just dimension everywhere and comfort at the surface to make an awfully good second place. The 1 and 3rd is interesting, and if you tell me he's the absolute stoutest and that's what you wanted to use out here today, I wouldn't argue with you one bit. He is the stoutest one. He is the boldest bodied. He has the most just squareness right there to the backside of his shoulder. He may have the biggest foot underneath of him. With all that, I think he comes with as many question marks of those initial trio. One that comes with the most shoulder. I think he leaves the most just to be desired in terms of his full rib shape and how he transitions from his shoulder back into that spot. He's the shortest out through his hip and just built a shot straighter about his hock, and because of that, doesn't take near as long and comfortable of a stride, but an absolute powerhouse when you get right in on top of him. The young man's doing a great job getting that one shown. As we continue down the lineup, I think a calf that stands in fourth to just hit a tough class because he's still good. I think this one gives you a good look. I think he's sound. I think he's got enough body, enough dimension. A calf that does have just a bit more maturity in terms of his look and chest and the way he goes to the top side of his neck and maybe just planes up a bit more, not near as many neat pieces from their back. He's just a bit plainer right there to the backside of his shoulder. He, too, needs to be picked up in terms of his pin set and just a bit more attractive in terms of how he uses his rear skeleton, although he certainly gets out and goes with enough comfort. The calf that comes here in fifth, I think, is one that's got an awfully neat look. From his shoulders forward, and then in terms of just his fresh, firm touch up high, I like that calf in both those regards, and he may be the very best here in this particular class in both those regards. Big-footed, I think still has enough true comfort underneath for being here at this kind of heavier weight where you would kind of expect these cattle to be done and be finished. He's just a little bare to the touch, and I'd like to see him fill in right there in his heart and forem and see him have just a bit more of that easy feeding look to the base of his rib cage. He too is built just a shot straighter in terms of his hock, but all in all, right there, that one gives you an awfully cool look. As we keep coming down the lineup, we got 1 and 6 from his shoulders back that I love. I love his body shape, his true power from up above, his stoutness of feature, and his attractiveness in his hip and hind leg up front. He's just got a bit too much chest for me to stomach. I'd like to take his neck a bit higher to the top side of his shoulder with a bit more of a youthful look. The calf that comes out next, I think, corrects him in both those regards. He's longer, more extended, neater in terms of his chest floor. He doesn't balance up near as good as you study him back into his body shape. I'd like to see him go to the ground with just a bit more, I would say, coordination, and a calf that does plane up a bit more when you get right in behind him. The calf that comes here next, I think from an individual standpoint, proportions out correctly. You send him into motion, he comes in just a few more pieces out here today, and he too's a bit flatter in terms of his body shape. The calf that comes here next, I think certainly powerful in terms of his rib cage and dimension from up above. He's just built a shot straighter off of both ends, and because of that, wants to drop his head, doesn't really stay near as collected when you send him into motion. The calf that comes next, I think, takes a long, comfortable stride off of his rear too and goes to the ground on a big set of feet and legs. He doesn't balance up near as neat from the side in terms of where you see his shoulder and his chest sitting relative to his rear rib and flank. The calf that closes sound, I think, from an industry standpoint, has more than enough dimension from up above and depth of body, that easy feeding look. I think in this particular setting, he's been outclassed a bit in terms of his general presence there from the side profile. All in all, I think it's certainly a good class. I like that top trio quite a bit.
Your results from Class 16 Black AOB steers. First in that class is Jet James from Prosper FFA. Second is Paige Arnold from Medina FFA. Third is Charlie Tusa from Falls County 4-H. Fourth is Ashton Floyd of Denver City FFA. Fifth is Emily Cole of Roby FFA. Sixth is Knox Vestal of Parker County 4-H. Seventh is Sarah DuPoint of Kleberg Kennedy County 4-H. Eighth is Peyton Rance Williams of Rogers FFA. Ninth is Taryn Landis of Hayes County 4-H. 10th in that class is Jackson Howell of Abernathy FFA. And 11th is Graydon Allen of Abernathy FFA. Coming into the ring now is your class champions from the Black AOB division. Your class champions out of the Black AOB division, first place in Class 13, out here leading the pack, is Austin Hines of Aquila FFA. First place in Class 14 is Scarlett Atkins of Plainview FFA. First place out of Class 15 is Cooper Wahey of Wilson County 4-H. First place out of Class 16 is Mr. Jet James. Second place out of Class 13 is Co Stop out of Lampasas County 4-H. Second place out of Class 14 is Jacqueline Aldridge from Parker County 4-H. Second place out of Class 15 is Evan Adams from Lamar County 4-H. And out of Class 16, second in that class is Paige Arnold from Medina FFA. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all the Black AOB exhibitors out here today.
Well, if you're still standing ringside, please put your hands together for everybody out here in our Black AOB division. An awesome set of cattle. It's been a great day, and it just gets me all the more fired up for tomorrow and what's to come. I think whenever you step foot on that plane and you go judge a show, all you hope for, because you know that the committee will do a good job and that hopefully you got a great group of kids to work through, is just that they're there. Just that the quality, those kind of cattle that you can talk about with your buddies whenever you're done with the show, that they're there at the show and that you get to work through them. And I think we've had that in each and every one of these breeds today. And again, it just gets me fired up for what's to come tomorrow. So as we work through this set, I think an awesome group of cattle. And maybe in a few of those other breeds, we saw a lot of differences in diversity. And I think in this particular breed, there's a lot more alike cattle and cattle that have more similarities but still some that separate themselves. We started in that first class, and one that's good looking up through his front end. Clearly, he's the youngest, but I think he's just got the most juvenile look and just a fresh appearance about him. I like his firm touch up high, his comfort at the surface. I think as you analyze him from a three-quarter shot, and again, not only because he's out of that first class, but he has been out-horsed right there in his heart and forerib in comparison to the cattle behind him. A calf that doesn't fill back into his flank quite as neat as these other cattle, but an awfully good place to start there in that first class. The calf that comes out of Class 2 is interesting, and I think in terms of his basic build and design, that one's awfully impressive. He's got a big foot, a comfortable angle to the ground. I think one that remains so collected when you send him into motion and really puts it all together with a great deal of presence here from the side profile. By comparison to a few of these other cattle out here, maybe his skin and hair isn't just perfect. I really just wish he had a tail ball to kind of make it all work down into his lower quarter and stifle. And he's probably not just the most shapely of all of them out here, but he's got more than enough dimension from up above. He's got a big pin set in him. And again, I love just his basic skeleton, the way that he's put together here from the side profile. That one gives you a killer look. The one that comes out of Class 3 is one that I like in terms of just his stoutness of feature at the surface. One that in terms of his top line and how he stays so collected and dead level in that regard is impressive. His neck comes high. He's got some added feature just about his skull in that same regard. A calf, as we talked there in that class, maybe one that didn't just hit you as a lights-out class winner. I'd like to see him just a bit bolder to the base of his rib cage. I'd like to see him just a bit fuller right there in his heart and forward to truly balance up here from the side, but a calf that puts a lot of neat things together. Then we get to that last class, and I think it was a little surprising for me because once you get to that kind of heavier weight, maybe you don't expect them to look like this, but we got a representative out here that puts a lot of neat things together. He's as sound as any of them out here. A calf that's got a big back shape in him. I like the way he feeds back over his loin. He's got that big pin set when you step right in behind him and carries that additional shape down into his center stifle and lower quarter. A calf for as mature as he is, he doesn't really look it up through his front 1/3, and again, fairly tidy in terms of his chest floor relative to the weight that he's at. He still goes what I would consider well within the bounds of acceptability on weight, and a calf that, again, puts a lot of neat things together. If you would, please, one more time, put your hands together for all of our exhibitors here in the black AOBs. I'll get you a pair of champions.
And your champion, black AOB, goes to Mr. Jet James from Prosper FFA.
We pull that second back out here, and I think from his shoulders back, that's one that you're drawn to in terms of just his general body shape and dimension from up above, one that's so attractive in terms of his hip and hind leg, and I think to the front portion of his skeleton still gives you a good look. A calf, as you work your way down, I'd like to neaten him up in his chest floor, and as we said there in 2 and 3 in that particular class, I think they both need to be neatened up in their shoulder and fill back in just a bit smoother into their heart and forward, but I think getting critical of a calf puts a lot of neat things together. There's one more out here that really fits me in terms of my kind, the kind that are built right at the surface, that proportion out correctly and have more than enough dimension from up above. This young lady right here out of Class 2 is going to be reserve.
And your reserve champion, black AOB, goes to Miss Scarlett Atkins of Plainview FFA. Let's go ahead and congratulate all the steer exhibitors out here today.